Hey everyone, welcome to the Worship Portal live stream. Sorry, just getting my bearings here. There we go. So yeah, this is the live stream setup that I have going on. I thought I'd come on. I would just start doing some editing, and if someone wants to join, that's cool. We'll have a chat. We'll have some fun. If not, I'll be here editing, and you can just watch. So. We're going to get going with Goodness of God is the next track that we're going to be doing for the Worship Portal. So let me just get a new thing started here. So we're going to go new. Now Goodness of God, I believe, is in 63 beats per minute. Yeah, it is. It's in 63 beats a minute, so we're going to double that. We're going to go to 126. All of this is fine. USB MIDI keyboard is good for starters. Good. But yeah, so we're going to go 126. That's in 4/4, that's good. And we are actually going to be playing in G major. So, good. Good. So we're actually going to switch it to one of our pianos. And I've got Contact 5 on here. That's really where I like to be with pianos. So Contact 5, stereo. And my favorite piano sound is, where is it? Grander piano. Realize you can't hear that. Let me turn this up for you. Good, so that's going. Now the reason I just get a basic layout first of what's going on, I want to just get a basic layout of the song, and then what we're going to do is we're going to go through and make some markers as to what is where, and just kind of lay it out so we know what's going on. And let's see how we do here. Can you hear that? Okay. So we'll just kind of go for it. And now, generally with this first track, it's all it is a guide track. I'm not going to keep it here because, for example, I'm not going to be this low in the actual track. I'll actually be up here. I'll be up here. So we don't really need to keep it too far. If I flub it up a little bit, it's fine. It's no big deal. It's no big deal. So let's get this going, and it's really just to get a basic outline of the song. I always give it 2 to come off. We've got 1 coming through. I'll always just give it 1 more. There we go. Verse. I love you, Lord. The moment that I wake up, till I lay my head, I will sing. verse 2. I love your voice. You have led me through the fire. You strength like no other. The moment that I wake up until I lay my head, I will sing. All my life you have been kind. See, it's not too close. Running after me. Alright, so I messed that part up there. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to jump back and do the bridge again. It up. What I'm going to do, jump back there, start at the bridge again. So right about there, let's just split them, cut that out. Alright, and I'm just going to go from there now. And the chords are, your goodness is running out, it's running after me. Got the pre-count on. Let's do it. Oops. Let's try that again. Your goodness is running after. With my life laid down. Bridge again. It's running after me. Your goodness is running after. My life laid down. This is running after. It's running after me. And then going back into the chorus, a pullback chorus. All my life you have been faithful. All my life you have been so, so good. Every breath that I take, I will sing of the goodness of God. One more. Back into the chorus. All my life you have been faithful. All my life. I will sing of the goodness of God. Gonna do triple ending. Of the goodness of God. I will sing of the goodness of God. So that is the basic layout of the song. And that's really all we need to do to kind of get going on this. We just need to do the basic layout. And like I said, it doesn't even need to be perfect. As you can see here, it's most definitely not perfect, but it's enough to get us going. So what I mean by that, all I'm going to do is going to open up some markers here. Oops. You know what? I'm going to throw my keyboard down. I don't need that anymore for now. For now, get my trackpad and keyboard going, and let's get to work. So, all we need to do is now we're just going to mark out what's what. So that's one of the things I like about this is we've got now a marker here. You see that? All we need to do is just edit that marker. So this is going to be the intro. The intro is twice through. Actually, first before that, just so we can get everything nice and clean, I'm going to quantize all this. For those that don't know, quantizing just kind of sucks the notes right onto the beat. It just helps out a lot when you're doing this sort of thing, especially when it comes to all the important stuff like this. So that's all quantized now, and you'll notice that it'll sound at some points a little robotic, which we may need to fix, but that's how it goes. So let's do this. So this is the intro right here. Still going. See, it was a little off the beat. Now it starts right here. Love you, Lord. So that's verse 1. We'll just split it, and we say verse 1. So this is going to help us immeasurably going forward. It's super, super helpful when it comes to actually putting, just navigating your way around the timeline. It helps a lot just to know where you are, which verse are you in. Making more intricate markers up here really helps a lot. So this is verse 1. You have led me through the fire and darkest night. You have like no other. Known you as a father. Yeah. See, that was the wrong chord there, but it doesn't really matter because we're not keeping this. Of the goodness of God. Right there. So we're going to make another marker. Here's the chorus one. Also, you may notice that it's not following along when I go through. That is that's a pretty straightforward fix. You just do that and it'll follow along. All my life you have been faithful. But it doesn't matter, we're not keeping this. I'm going to do a much simpler version when we go back through this. God. Now we're going to verse 2. Love your voice. So that is verse 2. Split it there, create a new for verse 2. You have led me through the fire. Darkest night, close like no other. I've known you as a father, I've known you as a friend. I will sing. Yeah, it's good. Chorus again. That's chorus 2. All my life, you have been faithful. All my life you have been so good. See how I did something weird there? I'll show you that again. See, it kind of chopped up there weirdly. That's because of the quantizing. It's because the quantizing, I didn't play it well enough or on time. So it kind of does weird stuff, which you would need to fix, but we're not keeping this. So that, see, we did something weird again, but that is the start of, it's tough to see, but that's the start of bridge 1. So it's running left. See, it's kind of off time now. There it goes, back on time. That just means I didn't play it right initially. Everything, your goodness is running out. You can even zoom in here, check it out. See how far off we are. See if it's right on this beat here, it means it's good. And I missed bridge 2, so let's just jump like that. See how all these are all off that initial beat? Goodness is running after. It's running after me. I give you everything. See how they're not on the beat? That means I didn't play it well enough. Okay, here comes bridge 2. That's bridge 2 right there. Now I know this song pretty well. Usually with something that I'm not as familiar with, like we've sung this at church for the past in the past, I would say 2 months, we've sung it 3 or 4 times. So I practice this a lot and I know it pretty well, so I don't really need too much notes. But normally I'll have like some notes on a song that I'm not too familiar with. So this is bridge 2. Running after, it's running after me. Goodness is running after, it's running after me. That was the end of bridge 2. Run after me. So that is the breakdown before the pullback chorus. So this is going into breakdown. And then we're going into the chorus after 4 bars. This is another chorus. So this is, now what I'll even do sometimes, you won't see it too much when you zoom out and you see the whole song. I generally like to see the whole song in one page, but generally what you won't see is some of the more detailed notes that I put. So for example, here I'm just going to put chorus 3 because it's the 3rd chorus. But I'll also put chorus 3 breakdown. That's so when I zoom in, I can see exactly what it is. So chorus 3 breakdown. All my life you have been faithful. I will sing goodness of God. So this is the vamp here. This is the vamp. So I'm going to keep it nice and big. And that's chorus 4. And yeah, man, I really didn't play this very well. Especially, that's how you know how good of a player you are and how on time you are, is when you quantize something and it sounds like trash, like this does. Chorus 4 big. You realize very quickly how off time you are. This is the last chorus going into the tags. Someone asked me once why I use the inbuilt metronome. It's just personal preference, to be honest. Some people I know, some producers, the first thing they do is they create their own. So this is tag 1. this is tag here. Hang on, I'll get back to that in a second. This is tag. The goodness of God, I will sing. And then this is tag. Whoops. Come back. I'll say tag end. Yeah, so this really just helps me know what I'm doing. When you get rid of this, you'll see them, they'll always be up top here. They'll always be right up top. So as you can see when you zoom out, you don't really see all the detail. But if you zoom in, you'll get to see, you know, breakdown, chorus 3 breakdown, vamp, chorus big, you see all that. So it's just a nice way to do that. So what I'm going to do now that I have that all laid out, I'm going to get rid of this and do one that's a little bit cleaner, that's a little bit simpler. So we can have a cleaner base to work from. Let me just get my keyboard back. All right. Okay. Let's get my keyboard back. So here you'll notice as I do the clean version, the super clean one, it's going to involve a lot of just whole chords, nothing crazy fancy. Because this is honestly just the base of everything else. I'm going to re-record this again with the actual keyboard track that I want to do. So like I said, this is just going to be nice and clean, nothing too fancy. All right, let's do it. And you'll actually notice me, I'll stop every now and then and redo something just to keep it clean. Bigger. Known you as a father. I can fix that. C always catches me out. I missed that B, the G over B, but I'll catch it in the edit. bridge 2. That in post. Go to tag of the goodness of God. I will sing of the goodness of God. Alright, good. And that's good. So there's a few little flogs there I need to fix. Let's go through those. I'll go through and I'll show you how to fix those in the MIDI. Well, if anyone watching has any questions, please feel free to shoot them through. I'll answer them as best I can. I'm by no means am I an expert at producing, but I'll help however I can. So, okay, so just like last time, well, you'll actually see. Let me find. I'll show you what Quantize does. Let me find one that isn't exactly on the beat. So you see these. These actually aren't really on line of the 20th bar there, neither are these on 21st, and these ones are actually a bit over. All you do is select all, highlight, hit this little key. You can choose what you want to quantize it to, whether it's a triplet or an eighth. Generally I find the 16th is fine, unless you're doing something a little bit more specific. But you just hit the cue and just see how they kind of sucked in onto that line. And now generally it should sound fine. If not, we may need to fix something here and there, so let's give it another listen through. Let's make this nice and big. Okay. See, that didn't sound right there. It was a little late here, so I need to just move that up onto the second beat, I think. No, I need to move it the other way. I'll go back to the fifth one. That's better. Good. See, quantizing will do some of those little things, and you just got to listen to it. And like I said, this is not something I'm going to keep long term. It's just the base for me to build the drums. I generally start with the drums on top of, so I can make sure those are sounding right. Lay my head pretty good so far. Not a whole lot going on. It's good. I love your voice. I was late. But that's right. Oh, sorry. Everything's sounding right on the beat. I remembered that when I played it. So it's here. I played a little note right next to it, a little flub. I was supposed to hit the C, but I touched the B, so you just delete that. I lay my head. That was not good. Yeah, so what you see here is I was probably a little too close to the bar before that. So all of these are in line. So all you gotta do is just move them right onto the beat. Same thing with this one, and that one looks off as well. But I also did a little flub. I don't think I want to see. Okay, let's try that again. There we go. That didn't sound right, but I can just get rid of that. Goodness of God. Into chorus 2. All my life you have been faithful. All my life you have been so good. I will sing. See, this isn't really important because you can't hear it for this time, but you see I hit a little wrong note there. It doesn't matter because, like I said, I'm not keeping this and you can barely hear it, but since we're here, may as well do it. We're into the bridge. I'm going to need to fix some stuff in the bridge because I kept forgetting things. See there? I was supposed to jump up to the B, up to the 5. So just drag them both up to the B. And that was a little off, so let's just drag you back in time. Just get rid of that one. That was an E minor, but the only difference is I wanted to play a G, I need to get rid of that E back down to the D. Go back into G. Okay, I don't need that loud. You can just change the velocity right here. That would come down a little bit too. So far. I don't know what's going on here. I put in that E. Pullback chorus, pretty straightforward. And then we're back into, yeah, that was the wrong chord. That was totally the wrong chord. I jumped up to it looks like the C, but it needed to be the D. Change that to an F sharp. Change these. So it looks like I've already got one D there. I'll just change this to the other D. Alright, let's try that. Whew. I remember that one. So you just got to match this to the next chord because it's the same thing. Once again, it doesn't need to be that loud, so let's just take that velocity down. You can do multiple at the same time, like if you select. And that one's a little loud, so is this one. So if you hold shift, just like 3 of these really, we can just turn them down all at once. Good, good. So that was the chorus. That's the chorus. Once again, that doesn't need to be that loud. But all of this needs to come down to that C. So you can go up. Hey, Sove Church, you're watching, right? I don't see you in the chat. So this is my first stream. I might not be doing something right. But I think I see you watching. Let me know if you're there in the chat. Not quite sure what it looks like, or what it's supposed to look like. At least. Alright, let's get this going again. Back into the last chorus. I see that was a little early, and here it is. It should be on this line. And then maybe these two are off too. Oh, look at this. All this is off. This whole bar is off here. Or one beat. Let's try that. Something was off. Oh, it's this. And probably that. That's better. To the tags, goodness of God, I will sing oops, the goodness. Let's jump back. So somebody like. I will sing of the goodness of God. I will sing of the goodness of God. Alright, now that is something I think we can work with. Alright, good, good. I think that's something we can work with. Awesome. Ba, 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 ba. Good, good. Okay, I say we get some drums going. I always like to do drums as the first major step because I'm not very good at it. I'm not very good at drums. So I like to kind of get that almost, just kind of get it out of the way. But to do this, I need to listen to the song. So hopefully I don't get copyright flagged for it. So, how do I want to do this? It's a pretty straightforward song. I might just use my phone. Yeah, but I want you guys to hear it. I know what I'll do. I'll make sure this is going out of M track 2.2. So that's the mains. So now, theoretically, if I play some iTunes, you should all be able to hear it. Oops. Let me just get it set up on my other screen here so it doesn't get in the way of all this. Music. All right. Goodness of God. Searching. Library. Apple Music. There it is. Can you hear this? Yeah, you can. Alright, good. So before I get copyright flagged for no reason, let's get the drums set up. So what we're going to do is we're going to say new track, MIDI. We're going to get rid of this because we never use those. That's not true. We don't never use those. We sometimes use those. But we are going to go into Superior Drummer 3 Stereo. This will take a second to load up. All right. So first of all, let me just find, excuse me, let me just find a kit that I don't mind. It doesn't need to be a crazy good kit. It just needs to be a somewhat full kit. 2 up, 1 up, 1 down. That's what we have at church, but let's go for something a little bit different. I think I like the Massenburg. No, I like the Bob Rock kit, I think. Still loading. This is a big kit. These are some pretty big samples, so they take a little bit to load. Alright, that's fine. That's good. That's good for now. So, that is good. Now, this is how you do it. You don't do it over in here when you use that. Sorry, my mouse is behind my cam. Gotta get used to my face cam being there. So let's see when the drums come in. I'm pretty sure it's right on the chorus. That's fine. So, yeah, so it comes in right on the first chorus. So let's find where that is. Let's move you for a second. So it comes in right on the first chorus. So what you'll see is that this actually follows. This follows whatever you're doing. These MIDI blocks down here follow wherever you are up here. So that's a good way to just keep track. But you've got to you can edit things out in the main editor, like where I was with the piano. But you generally don't want to. You don't get a good sound, and you don't get as much control. And I'll show you what I mean by that. All right. So the basic beat. All we got to do is just create a new block. Sorry, I can't see my things down here. We're just going to create an empty MIDI block, drag it to right at the start of 27. Okay, so this is the first bar. Double click on there, and we've got this, and it's a somewhat straightforward MIDI. The only difference between regular MIDI and this is instead of doing bars for as long as you want because it's drums and it just corresponds to hits, you just kind of tap the X wherever you want it to go. So let me just double check. Alright, cool. But yeah, so we're just going to draw with the little plus button. So for example, the kick and the snare are somewhat simple, but let's start with the hi-hat because that's a more sort of it's like a softer open edge. Not quite too much. Yeah, it's more of like that, maybe 2. It's even softer than that. No, it sounds like a closed pedal, but a thicker closed pedal almost. You know, we can change this later. I'm just going to do open edge 2 for now. So it's just on every quarter. Okay, and you have to control it here, not here to play, so. Okay, cool, and I am aware that we don't want all of that to be so loud. Let's turn this down just a little bit for now. Okay, good. So, kick. CGM just won't open for that one. Okay, so it's a little something like that. Da, da, do, da, da, boom, da, da. So it looks like it's a little 4-bar turnaround almost. So let's copy that over here. So it's a boom, da, da, bo, da, bo, da. So it's a little something like that. So it's dum, all my life you have been faithful. And then it comes in with the something like that. Okay, let's copy that in. Oops, wrong one. The one frustrating thing about Superior Drummer is when it does that. See, because all of our MIDI blocks are gone now. That's right. I didn't get too far. It's fine. Add an empty block. And I actually want to go back to that because I want to choose my heavy rock kit again. Alright, let me save and make sure we save a few times because that's how we lose things. Studio. Let's do goodness of God. Alright, good. So now I can just save it whenever I do something. So this is 8 long. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's 8, right? 2, 4. Yep. Alright. Let's do this. So, boom. Good. And then it's I'm going to choose close. I'm going to choose open edge 0. It sounds a little bit better to me. The other one's much softer. It's a foot closing of the hi-hat, but I can fix that later. Right now we're just trying to get the basic rhythm in there. And then we can make sure it sounds right and we can choose the right sounds that we want and all of that kind of good stuff at a later point. I don't know, I could copy and paste these, but I'm not going to. So it'll sound something like this. Okay, let me save, let me finish off this chord. Okay, so then we have 2 bars where it's, well, 4 bars technically, where it's dum da, a regular, bum, dum, will sing. You know, these first few videos of creating a track are going to be not very interesting because things aren't really coming together. Things don't really sound that good. But you know, as we get down to it, and start sounding more and more like the track, then you know, we're having some fun. So thanks for sticking with me. So. And then we got a cymbal. Once again, it's just getting it in there. We can play with it at a later point. Because it's a soft crash. But it's not like that. That's probably fine. And it's not there, it's there. Went on the wrong one. And they also went too soft. You know what, let me just copy and paste. Save. There we go. Let's get back here. Breath that I have made, I will sing. Okay. So I need this to go one more bar. Once again, it's gonna have to be tweaked later on because that's not the right floor tom. But it's something like this. And I'll throw a little bit of my own flair in there. And does it have it's got some hi-hats, I assume. Okay, I got it. So it's actually thinking that one. Let's see how that sounds. can't hear that at all. I think for now I'm just going to take it off and put it as open edge 4 so I can hear it. Turn it down just a little bit. Alright, let's try that. Do. Yeah, I'll go down there. Why not? Alright, so that is the first chorus done. It's really not too difficult, the drums at all. You know what, I'll get just to make some interest, I'll get some bass going too, because why not? So I'll save that. You'll notice that nothing comes up on the drum track, and nothing will. It's all held within Superior Drummer, but if I play it from here, you'll hear it. And just to create a little bit of effect, I'll throw some Chris Lord Algae on there. Nah, I'm not going to do that. That makes it sound like garbage. Chuck some bass in the chorus. Once again, MIDI, and I'll generally redub over this with a live bass, but just to kind of get the sound going, I'll use a regular MIDI bass. Once again, we're going to be going to Contact, Stereo, and Scarby bass is on here. It's not bad. It's not great, don't get me wrong, it's not the best bass plugin I ever heard. Always want to go MIDI Omni. Alright, cool. So that is there. Let us create a new chorus. Do MIDI region on the chorus. And now once again, the bass on the chorus is pretty simple too. Yeah, so that's super straightforward. It's just a low G on the bass. C, sorry, it's a low C. G, back to C, to D, so it'll sound like this going straight from here. You have been so good. Oops. This is the walk down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that is basically the bass to the chorus. Super simple. All my life you have been so good. And every breath that I have made, I will sing of the goodness of God. I love your voice. Now, there's all kinds of other stuff on there, slide guitar and whatnot. But that is basically step one of recording one of my tracks. Guys, I am so thankful that you chose to join me today. And if you guys want to see more of this kind of stuff, let me know. I'm happy to share what I know and show you guys how I make my tracks. Hopefully you can start making your own tracks and start really doing some amazing stuff at your various churches from wherever you are. So thanks so much for spending some time with me, and have a great night. I'll see you next time. Hello everyone, welcome to the stream today. So we're going to be doing Goodness of God. We're going to be finishing that up. Well, not finishing it up, we're going to be just getting it going. And yeah, if you're in the chat, love to hear from you, see where you're watching from. But just want to firstly recap where we were a few days ago. So we just started this track, and it's a pretty straightforward track. Love this song, got a lot of personal meaning. My church loves this song too. But just to recap a little bit of how I start to record one of my tracks is I generally start with this bass track, and that's just piano. So as you'll hear, it's just... turn that off. It's just the plain piano of the very base level of what we're going to be doing. And I put that there just as an outline, pretty much, for the song. And that then allows me to put in these markers up the top. Verse 1, chorus, here verse 2, chorus 2. And that just allows me to know where I am in the song, and just lets me know where I am so I can keep track of which bridge I'm in, so there's no confusion, all that kind of stuff. And then I generally like to start with drums and bass. As I mentioned the other day, drums is where I like to start, mainly because it's something I'm not very good at, so I like to kind of just get it out of the way. The drums sounds like this, as of right now. So it doesn't sound killer right now, but we're just getting the MIDI in there. We're not going to be trying to... we're not trying to make it sound perfect right now. We're just getting the MIDI going so we can know where we are, and the bass sounds a little something like this with it all together. But yeah, it sounds something like that. So today what we're going to do is, we're not going to have anything crazy going on today, but we're going to be hopefully finishing off these drums. I thought I would just stream it and see if you guys had any questions about how I work or how what I do in my workflow, and we'll go from there. So it's not going to be anything life-changing today. We're going to be finishing drums, and hopefully finishing drums and bass. It's not that long a song. Hopefully a lot of it's going to be copy and paste, and we will go from there. So the first thing I'm doing is just getting Goodness of God keyed up here on iTunes so we can hear it. Cool. So we're after the first chorus. Now to edit the drums, the drums, I'm using Superior Drummer 3. I love this. It sounds great. The interface is killer. The only thing that is a little tricky to get used to is you don't use the regular MIDI editor. You can, but the sounds aren't as good. You don't get as much control over what you hear. So generally what you have to do is you have to actually go over into the plugin itself, which is over here in Logic. And here we go. And as you can see, I've got my here, and actually in here is where you do it. So right now we have the whole first chorus done, and you'll see that when I move this, it tracks along down here as well. So let's go to the first chorus and we can see what we're doing. Double click on there and we get these. Once again, these are not necessarily correct. The sounds, I mean. The MIDI here is correct, but the sounds are not. It's just a little bit different. The snare's a little bit too high. So the snare's a bit too high, the kick isn't quite right. There needs to be some effects on there. And this hi-hat going is actually a closed foot, but I've just got an open one so I can hear it and know where I'm going right now. But so what I want to get done today is get the MIDI of the drums close to done, if not done, and get the MIDI for the bass done. The bass is pretty simple, so that shouldn't take too long at all. But the drums, depending how complex it gets on the bridge, and that is may take a little bit. So let's just give this a listen, see where we're at. Every breath that I am in. Coming up to the end. So I'm not completely convinced that that fill is right, but it's close enough for now. Also, I'm not going for a dead ringer here of the actual track. I'm gonna put a little bit of my spin on it. I want to keep that country vibe, but I want to do my thing as well. I don't want this to be an exact replica of Bethel. So let's go from there. Right after that, we're going into verse 2. So I love your voice. All right, so the verses should be pretty straightforward. Alright, so it seems to be pretty similar to this starting here. So I'm actually just going to hold Option and click, and that copies this entire section over here. Let's go to verse 2, and it's actually pretty close. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select this. I'm going to follow along just with looking at it with the actual song, and we'll go from there. Alright, all of this is different because that same fill is not there. So let me get rid of all of this temporarily. Alright, so that's right. You've got to actually... Yeah, the thing about Superior Drummer you really need to be careful of is all the keyboard shortcuts actually apply to out here. So if you undo, it could get rid of the entire thing. If you delete, as you saw, it gets rid of the actual track of what I've selected over there. So you just got to be careful and do everything within it. That's why I'm always Command-S'ing to save, because you never know when it's going to mess up on you. Alright, cool. So let's go through this one more time. And hopefully we'll catch just the end there. Actually, you know what? It's pretty close. I'm gonna copy that and put it back in because it is pretty close. So put these back in, and it's actually probably similar to that. So let's listen to it again. Work with that. So as it gets here, let's listen to our one now. Tricky thing is I'm doing mine in the key of G, where they do it in A flat, so it's not too difficult to follow along, but until I lay my head, I have left. I'll fix that. Alright, so this is actually pushed one more bar out. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to stretch that out to another bar. I'm going to move the fill, because the fill's pretty much the same. So I'm going to move this fill all the way over here, right? Yeah. So there, I'm also going to get rid of these, because I'm going to copy these. And it just keeps it the same. Alright. And we'll see what this sounds like. Alright, so let's do it again. Hey, it's a few people in the chat. Love to say hi. Where are you from? Hey, Cameron. How you doing, brother? How you doing, bro? Hope I'm not embarrassing you with my amazing drum skills. It's alright, this one's pretty straightforward. I'll do you proud. For anyone else that's here, Cameron is my drummer from church, so I'll be a little nervous doing drums in front of him. I don't know if there's a way I can talk back, that you can talk back to me. This is only my second stream. Honestly, Cameron, Nate is also streaming right now. He'd be the person to ask. And then come back and talk to me if you can. But I don't think there's a way. Alright, so let's see if the second chorus is the same as the first. I'm pretty sure it is. Nate is the foot accountant, F-U-T, the foot accountant. Pretty sure he's still streaming. He generally streams for a couple of hours at a time. Hey Cameron, thanks for the follow, bro. Appreciate it. Let's save that. All right. Okay, let's jump into this second chorus. So like I said, there's a few more, it's pretty much the same, but there are a few more crashes, and this the fill at the end is much more snare heavy. Alright, let's jump into, where are we, 60? Alright, I'll just check in cymbals. 1 or 2. Hey Cameron, cymbal 1 or 2, which do you prefer? Just for now. Four, 2, all right. Is it every bar? I don't think it's every bar. I think it's every other bar. That's for, seems like a soft splash. Oh, it's a 5 too. No, I don't like 5. What do you think? It's just for now, by the way. Like, these sounds aren't correct at all. All right, 2. Yeah, these sounds aren't going to stay the same. Like, I know, I was saying before last stream that the hi-hat's actually the closed foot on the hi-hat throughout the verses, but I just need to hear it for now, so I'll change that at a later point. Same thing with these cymbals, I'll probably tweak them. Alright, but I don't think it's every bar. Let's jump back to 60. All my life you have been so Hey, what if I did something like that for now? That's not what I did. Let's jump back a little bit. Nah, it's not working. Bring it up a little bit. Alright, then we gotta throw some more of these in. And then we gotta deal with the fill. It's pretty much all snare actually at that point. Let's listen to it again. It's also a double kick. Don't. Is that right? Yeah, it's pretty much all snare, I think, at that point. Yeah. So it's 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's get rid of these toms. A few more double kicks in there too. Wish I could do a flam. Nah, it's fine. It's probably good enough for now. Alright, then we're into the bridge. Let's see what the bridge sounds like. Let's save that. Does it do that? I'm gonna keep it in there. And something's up with this last snare. That's why it's too soft. Let's go a little up on these. Okay, taking it back up. Good. Let's jump from. So I think, yeah, let's just kick, snare, and the bridge. That's interesting. Da, 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 da. All right, I see what you're doing there. Let us try that. Throw an empty block. So we've got a do da. All right, so that's it. Do da. Da, do, da. Let's double this length for now. do da. Do 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 da. But then it does something interesting on the fourth one. Do 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 da is drum language. Alright. Do do ba, do do ba, ba. Something like that. Alright, this is mine. Well, I just want to see what the mixing is like. Not of the drums. I know it doesn't sound great yet because I haven't picked the right samples. I'll play the first chorus for you. Just more like the general stream sound. Is anything too loud? It's only my second stream, so I'm still figuring this out. Yeah, I know the hat's a bit loud. I was saying that before that they use, from what I could hear, they use a closed pedal. But I hate that closed pedal, so I'm going to fix it later. But for now, I'm just going to use the open edge and I'll fix it. I'll fix it at a different point. I do agree the kick should be louder. Right now, I'm just trying to figure out the MIDI and I'll make it sound good in a different stream. Like I said at the start, I'm not sure if you were in at the start, but the drums is most definitely not my favorite part of doing this. It's the more menial part of doing a track, so I like to get that done first and get it out of the way. I definitely did. I definitely did ask. I guess I was more asking how's the stream sound in general. Just my mic and are things mixed well, as in the mic versus the track and all that. That's more what I was asking. I'm still figuring this out. Cool. All right, let's get back to Les Bridge. I think it's a double kick there. I'm not sure if that's correct. Okay. I think it's that. That's it. That's it. It's that. Yeah, I prefer it with the kick there. I'll throw an open hi-hat. Then I'll make it soft. Alright. Alright. So that's that. There's probably some crashes throughout the bridge. Let's listen to it again. So let me copy that. It's running after me. Alright, that's what it does there. Alright, I think I know what it does. Then we'll copy these two. This one's pretty much the same. last one, that's where they all kind of come in with the snare every beat. Yeah, no problem, bro. So I'm going to do da da da. So it's going to be 4 on the floor with the kick. And then all forward. Okay, so along with it, radio. I think there is. I think I'll throw a tom in there too. Dude, he really is. He's killing it, man. I know me and he, when I just talking followers now, he was on YouTube. I was beating him for a long time. As soon as FIFA 20 came out, he is just skyrocketed past me. He's killing it. He's doing a great job. So proud of him, bro. Doing well. He's got a lot of followers. Stupid auto move. Alright. Let's get rid of you, put you there. And we will throw a couple extra in there. So it'll be a little something like that. No, it's not quite possible, but oh. No, I have not upgraded to Catalina. On my work computer I did, but what was it? It was when I upgraded to, I think it was Lion, Logic stopped working for a good couple months. So I wait now on this computer, especially now that I use Logic for my YouTube channel and now to stream. I can't afford it to die on me, so I generally wait a little bit until it's been proven to be good, or someone else does it first. I'm looking forward to it though, because I want to use my iPad as, right now I'm looking at my iPad for my chat. This is where my chat is, and I want to use my iPad as a second screen. And that's what Catalina has. It's got, what's it called? Sidecar? I think it's called Sidecar, where you can use your iPad as a second screen. So I want to have that and then just have the website Twitch over there. But not yet. Not yet. Is it good? It looks good. I'm looking forward to get it, but I'm sure it's killer. Really, it's not on the old Retinas? Wait, don't you have one of the old Retinas? How'd you get it? Oh, Sidecar. Okay, yeah, no, that makes sense. Well, I have a 2016, so, whew. Alright. Let's jump into bridge number 2. I think it's pretty much the same. Alright, so it's pretty much the same, but it's got a tambourine hit with the snare, as well as the fills are just a little different. It seems to be accentuating the kick and the snare too. It's much more pronounced. Start from bridge 1. that's where we have a tom fill now. We'll go from 2 down. Thought there was another full tom. It's too low, but I'll fix it later. Ooh, that wasn't right. Let's listen to that again. You know what, this key change is bothering me. Let me just fix it real quick. Transpose +1. There it goes. Alright, that's better. Do the bass too, temporarily. Alright, same key, yay. Let's jump back to... Bridge 2. That's better. Life laid down and surrendered now. Give you everything. Let's jump to... something like that. It's pretty close. It's too long. It's too long. I've got to end it at bar 107. So I've got to get rid of, whoops, got to get rid of all of this. Move, gotta move you. That's why it wasn't sounding right. I'll have to go past 1 so I can get a crash in there. Da 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 da. Why isn't there a symbol 3? Let's do that. Alright, bridge 2. Finish it up. It's running after me. When my life laid down to the end of now, I give you everything. That's better. That sounds a lot better. No, back on bar 111. It's not what I wanted to do. Alright. Alright, cool. So, I don't think it plays until it builds up at the vamp. Yeah, I don't think it plays until the vamp. And it just builds up the entire way. So, all my life you have been faithful. You have been so, so good. Every breath that I have lived. Oh, it's hi-hats on the floor? I was gonna say a ride. Hi-hats and floor tom on sing. Is there a floor tom on sing? Really? We listen to the same song? Super soft. Yeah, like super soft, yeah. Do you think it's a hi-hat? I was gonna say it's a super soft ride. Oh God, yeah, where it builds up nice and big. Like that's definitely a build on the kick and the tom. But on sing, I would say it's a ride. Let's look again. Like a barely open hat. Is that what you're saying it is? Like like maybe a 2. Like that kind of, it's super soft and crescendoing the entire way, right up until the big chorus. Yeah, I would agree with that. Good call. Okay, so I will sing. I'm gonna find sing now. Faithful, all my life you've been so good. With every breath that I am. Here it is. I will sing. 123. I'm going to make that go all the way to 129. So I'll say open it 2, I think. Yeah, that one. Do they need to be 8ths? I think they do. Yeah. That is going to be a long crescendo. Yeah, it's a good call. I'd agree. So you mean the last 6 as in that? Open it up? I think I should kind of open it up to 3 then to 4. Hey, I love your opinion, bro. I trust you. I would have figured it out. It would have sounded okay, but you being in the chat helps. Think I should do something like this, all the way to 4. All right. So I need to tweak the velocities, of course, but there. That's when the toms come in. Oh, that sounds so natural, bro. I know I'm not a good drummer, but I love that. I love how it opened up. That's a good thought. That does sound good. Man, superior drummer. This thing's killer. Alright. And the toms come in right on the vamp, which is right on 125. The tom and the kick. I gotcha. So it goes bum, bo, 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 bo. Something like that. Goodness of God. And then back in. You said a floor. I think I would agree with the floor tom. That one. Is it? I'm just going to have the toms follow the kick for now, see how that sounds. Yeah, it comes in halfway through 127, I think. That's right. But I think there's a little bump on the kick there. When's the snare coming? Oh, there's no snare through that. That's surprising. I thought there'd be a snare. May as well throw in another tom, though. As it builds up. I think the floor will be too deep. I'll help build that up. There's a snare. It's super soft. I feel like that would be a really loud snare if you're building it up like that. Why did I get rid of these? I could have just dragged them up. Yeah, I gotcha. There's a lag in the chat. Alright, let's try that. Alright, I think that's pretty close. That's good enough for now. It's pretty close. We can tweak a little more once we get it sounding better. That's good. Alright, let's see what that's like if it's just a bigger chorus. Alright, yeah, it sounds like just one of the regular choruses, but a little bit bigger with more cymbals. And not that one. Maybe it's not a regular chorus, I guess it's a... because it's got double kicks and stuff. Alright, I'll copy it anyway. Copy. Yeah, I know. You can't do all of it at the same time. That's one of the benefits about having superior drummer is this guy's got 20 arms. No, but I do like the sound of the snare in there. I'll just keep it soft and build it up with the rest. It'll sound good. Okay, so this has got... I think it's got doubles all the way through. Ooh, that's a nice little... Go. 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 Da. Is it that? Or is it syncopated? Where are we? Chorus 4. Big. Is it syncopated there? Ka-du-du-ka. It's there. Is it that late? Yeah. Ba-ba-ka, like that. That's it. There it is. Yeah, you got it, Cameron. All right. And then I think it does pretty much the same thing. What, you think it's fascinating watching a non-drummer try to transcribe drums as best as he can? I can imagine it would be hilarious for someone as talented as you at drums. Ah, man. But dude, this is what I suffer through every track. This is what I was... Just imagine how long So Will I took me to try and figure out that with my rudimentary cuz and boot doot does. Alright. Boop boop. Boop doop. Okay. I think it's something like that. Nah, man. That's cool. That's why I'm doing this. I'm doing this for two reasons. One, so if some people want to get into this, I want them to see how I do it and see if they can take anything from it, but also I want to learn from people like you, from people that come watch, people in the chat. I want to get better at this, and this kind of stuff helps. All right, and I know that part was... yeah, so I took a long time. Like, I'm getting this done in about an hour or so, this drum track. So will I, dude. It took me, I swear, like 4 or 5 hours just to do that. Alright, let's jump from here again. See how it sounds. Something like that, but it's not right. Let me just double check. Okay, so that's a... Okay, this end bit I'm actually going to make up because I'm giving it a triple ending. So I want to go from 41 to copy and paste, because that's the triple loop. Copy. Yep, that's right. Hey, why aren't you making sounds? I don't know. So I'm going to make it go 2 more bars, tags, 2 bars, 4 bars each, sorry. And here I've got to copy you, copy notes into here, paste notes. Hopefully that'll work. Why aren't you making sounds? Why don't you sound? Alright, let's do this one. Let's just stretch it out. this is the end too. So they keep the kick goes. Oops. Whenever I did that, does that give that same retarded ending? Let's change that to the same. Done the first bar, the first beat as well. What does that sound like? Does that sound like what they do? Oops, wrong beat. Does that sound like what they do? Not in love with that. What would it sound like if we put it on the next one? The actual beat 2. Of the goodness of God. You like that? You like how we push it off to beat 2? I think that's what they do at the end. That's what it sounds like. The snare joins them, but it builds up just like it did before. There's no snare, and I'm just going to crash out. I'm not going to do the giant long thing at the end. Throw 2 cymbals in there for now. But do they have a ride going out? I think I heard a ride as we're going out, or it might just be the open hi-hat again. On the 2 and the 4, you mean? Like that? Yeah, you're right. Yeah. That's good. You rat. Oh, man. But I think I heard a ride in there. I might be wrong. You know what? I think the snare's actually on the 1 and the 3. Have a listen to it. I think the snare's on the 1 and the 3. Which is not where I would put the snare, but that sounds like what they do. Let's see how it sounds. Put it there because that's like the last hit too. You know, I'm not crazy crash on the 2 there, but that's pretty simple to change as I'm going through it as it starts to flesh out a bit. Alright, now, sorry, I keep talking about the ride, but I keep not doing it. It's the same open hi-hat that's going through the rest of it. Just use that one for now, right? Yeah. Why is this one soft? Dunno. She's the same open hi-hats. I can tweak it as it goes if I need something else. Is there anything else at the end now? I don't think so, actually. They throw an extra kick right before the tags. Where's the other tag? I think that's pretty much it. Crash there. It'll sound different with bass and all that going on. I feel like there needs to be a little kind of like a cymbal build or something there instead of the hi-hat, or maybe just like an open hi-hat. Like a more open hi-hat as it builds up to it. Like a more open hi-hat or something. And it like builds up to it, maybe. Something like that. That I'll tweak later because that hi-hat's not set in stone. Yeah, that's fine for now. I can work with that at least. Alright, drums. You are fun, I love you, but let's move on to bass. It's good enough for now. I can tweak that as we go. Thanks, man. Thanks for your help. Appreciate it. Always want to get better at this. Drums. Blue? Think we should do blue like the church? Yeah, thanks. Go for it, man. Thanks for helping out. Thanks for joining the stream, bro. You're always welcome. Yeah, bro. Probably, but I'm still confirming that. They're kind of slow getting back to me around here. I'll give them a call tomorrow and double check. But yeah, I will see you and the guys tomorrow, man. Have a great night. All right, on to bass. Peace, bro. Okay. On to bass. So the bass track has been done. I put it in B flat so it matches the key of the reference track that I'm doing. I just finished up the drums along with my drummer Cameron. Thanks for joining there. Let's hopefully get this bass done. It doesn't seem too difficult. Once again, I'm probably going to re-record over this with a live bass, but this will do for now as we flesh out the track a little bit and help me just think through what's going on. Just giving it a listen, getting re-familiar with it in this key. I think verse 2 is pretty similar to that in terms of the simplicity. Alright, so let's copy this here. Now I'm pretty sure it's very straightforward. Let me just listen to it through and then I'll start fleshing some stuff out. Oops, where did my iTunes go? There it is. Let's do that because there's a little stop in that bass line. Way off tonight. Zoom in a little. Hey, where you going? So I think it was there was a little stop. Let me see what that sounds like again. Extend that a little bit, move all of this down one bar. That's all it was just a little stop, right? Was it that? No, I think I was right the first time. I think it was like that. So I think it does that. Maybe shorter though, like half a beat. Is that what it does? So the end of this is quarter notes, then eighth notes. Eighth notes an octave up. So let's cut those in half. So it should sound like this. So I'm pretty sure I know what the bridge is doing. I just heard it. So it starts on the 5. So 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3. think it might be this. Yeah, I think it's this. And then it does quarter notes the whole way. Didn't need all that. Shorten and double them. So it should be something like that, the bridge. It flips to quarter notes. Just regular quarters there. It only speeds up when it jumps up. And the second bridge is just the same. Pretty sure. Okay, that's a little different. It goes to a minor chord there. So it keeps on doing these for that third time. Goes to an F minor instead of the B flat. So I'm going to change this to an F minor chord because I prefer it as an F minor. I think that's duplicated there, and then they do this again here. Do that again here. Right. Second bridge. don't think there's bass in there. So it's on the walk down. All my life you have been faithful. All my life you have been so good. Every breath I will sing. So it's there, it's on 121. It goes up, so is it up an octave? No. Is it though? I'm going to tweak the sound, so. I don't think so, because then this gives me a way to jump up. This is riveting entertainment, everyone, I know. But hey, you gotta do what you gotta do to get the job done. It is up there. It totally is up there. I'll make it sound better. Of these and then double them. Oops. Alright, let's see what that sounds like. Once again, we're just getting the basic layout. Like I said, I'm probably going to re-record these drums, this bass with a live bass. Will it do anything as it's building? No, it doesn't. But this is just straight quarters there, and then it builds up just on that last one. I'm gonna sing of the goodness of God. Almost finished the bass. I'm getting there. Wait, that's right. Because I copied the others, this is transposed, and then when I select the whole thing, there's one that's not transposed. That one. So I'll take it down one, and transpose that up one. The rest of it is transposed. Good. So it should be. Come on. Transpose you again, go back to you. Take it out to 157, let that ring out a little, and let's see how that sounds again. I feel like there needs to be a do-do-do-do-do. Something like that. Once again, not crash shot on that ending. I think I'll keep it there as long as I'm using MIDI. I'll just keep it there because I can just move it back and forth if I need to. All right, let's take a quick listen through and just see how we do. I'll let you guys listen to it. Welcome to the Worship Portal live stream. We're going to be editing Goodness of God. We're going to be continuing with that. Welcome everybody in the chat and watching later on. If you have any questions about what's going on, feel free to let me know in the chat. I'll answer everything as good as I can, or as well as I can. We're going to be continuing on with the drums tonight. So I've also, you may notice it sounds a little bit different. I've got a different audio setup, so please, if you notice anything that's too soft or too loud or could be mixed better or whatever, feel free to please let me know in the chat. I'm going to make sure since I'm still pretty new to this, I'm still working all of this out. So please let me know if you notice anything that needs to be turned up or turned down, or the mix is bad between my voice and the audio. So, like I said, we have actually done 2 nights so far on Goodness of God here. I've done a few things. First thing, I've recorded the bass track here, which is just straight up piano, and it sounds a little something like this. And it's just the piano track to go, just to give us a base of somewhere to know where we are and all of that. I've also put in the markers up here, which tell us what chorus or bridge or whatever we are in. Next, after that, I did the drums. The drum track, you may not see it here in the MIDI, but it is over here in Superior Drummer. But it sounds a little something like this. Also did the bass, which sounds a little something like this. So we just did the MIDI of the bass and the drums last stream, actually a couple days ago. So what we're going to do tonight, first thing I want to do is I want to clean up the drums. So we just did the MIDI, and I'll give you an example of what I mean by cleaning them up. We just did the MIDI itself, so it was put in with what we want to be hit, but we didn't play with any of the velocities or anything. Now, why that is important is because when we're in the breakdown chorus, it's broken down here nice and simply. But you'll notice when the drums come in, it's just super loud. There's no crescendo or anything. There should be a crescendo going up. Yeah, so that should be a crescendo going up. So we're going to delve a little bit deeper into Superior Drummer 3 and some of the settings. And I don't go crazy deep into Superior Drummer. It is very in-depth. But I don't go crazy on it. I do the basics to get by, as I am not a drummer. If you watched last stream, you would see that. So what we're going to do is we're going to open up the plugin over here, since Superior Drummer is one of the few plugins, one of the few MIDI plugins that you don't mess with in the main timeline like you would up here. You actually have to play with it. Well, you can put it up there, but like I said last time, it's you get less control over what you're doing. Whereas within Superior Drummer itself, you get a lot of control. So I want to do 2 things first of all. First thing I want to do is tweak the drums so all the sounds are generally in terms of velocity correct. So things crescendo and things drop back when they should and all of that. And then we're actually going to play with some of the sounds themselves. For example, I'm not crazy about this hi-hat, especially the foot close hi-hat, because that actually shows pretty prominently in this song, and I'm not a huge fan of it. The snare is not quite deep enough, and some of these toms are a little George of the Jungle for me, so we want to make sure those are switched out as well. Some of the cymbals aren't great. So, but first things first, let's make sure all the velocities are looking good, and we will go from there. So, how we do that is we jump in here. Now, I always like to kind of put it down a little on my screen. You want some room to play with in here, and I'll show you that in a second. But generally, you want to have access to this to the markers up here, because that's where you move this. Now you can move this down here, but if you press play, it'll just start from wherever you are. There may be a setting to change that, there may not be, I don't know. But this is how I would suggest you do it. Just have this accessible so you can go from wherever you want. All right, so we'll just listen through, and as things come up, we'll play with it and see what happens. Drums start in with the chorus. Double click to get in there. Yeah, so as you see, we get a lot of control in here. So this is the control that you don't get in the regular MIDI field, like you would when you're doing piano or something like that. The control you don't get. So actually, when I open up hi-hat, I get all of these different types of sounds. From closed to really pressing in their tight edge to very, very, a lot of different open hi-hats. But now this one, the closed pedal, this is what is so prominent in this song. And I'll show you, I'll bring up the audio and I'll show you what it sounds like in the song. And you'll see that it does definitely sound like a closed hi-hat. So let's turn this down just a hair and jump into it. See, so it's a closed pedal there, but this is it's too tight. And then that rings too much. So perhaps if I can't find anything different, these sequenced hits will probably be better than the open edge that I currently have, because that's too much. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to just play with something first of all. Let's move a couple of bars down to that sequenced hits. Let's do a sequenced hits, and let's just see how that sounds. See how it sounds just it's too tight. It's not quite airy enough for what they use. And I really love that. Like usually with my tracks, I try and get close-ish, but I bring my own flair to it. This song being kind of country-esque is, I see it kind of important to keep at least the essence of that, and the drums have a lot to do with that. So I'm keeping the drums pretty close to what they do at Bethel with the drums, for goodness of God. Other songs I'll take more freedom with, like with Do It Again, I took a little bit of freedom with that. But this one I do want to keep kind of close. So let's see how the closed pedal sounds, even though I just don't love it. Yeah. Now what you can do is you can jump into a mixer that will really allow you to mess around with all the effects, and perhaps we could put a little bit of reverb on there that would help make it a little bit more airy, and it might get to where we want. You know what, I'm going to try that because I really want to get this right. I really want to get this going first because it's the only thing that I've programmed that I'm just not crazy happy with. So let's go to the end of this, which is here. And make sure to move all of these down to the closed pedal. All right, so now in this first section, which is the chorus, I believe it's just the straight chorus. Yeah, so the chorus, they're all on the closed hat now. So what we're gonna do, and I hope you can still hear me, if not, let me know and I'll turn my mic up. Or I could even just go a little bit closer. But we can actually head into, if we jump out of here, we can go into a mixer. And what you'll see is we actually get our hi-hat mic that we can throw an effect on. Back to the chorus. So we can actually throw a reverb on here. We can choose whatever we want. I'll choose a room, I'm going to turn this down just a hair so you can hear me talk a little bit more. For a room reverb, let's see how that sounds. Also going to solo the drums. It's a little better. It's not quite what they have though. Let's jump back to mine. See, that's way too much. You lose it at that point. The other thing we want to be careful of is we don't want to, because this is going to put an effect on all of the hi-hats throughout the entire track, and we can do some other stuff with, you know, turning the reverb up and down, but I generally don't like to. I like to leave it, set it and forget it for the drums, for the most part. So I think that sounds fine with the rest of the hi-hats. But we're actually going to turn those hi-hats down a little bit on the velocity side of things. So let's jump back to the chorus and just give that another listen. Let's look at it with the rest of it. Could use some more, I think. Start to lose it. Let's change it to a different reverb. Let's go whole. It just becomes a little bit too much, I think. The whole is too much. Let's see what the plate does. No, I think I like the room the best. Once again, once you have everything going, it's not going to be that obvious what's going on with the little minute details, but I like to get it as close as I can. Alright, let's go from there. Always save as much as you can with Superior Drummer, something I learned very early on. While I'm here, I'm just going to tune the snare down a little. Bethel's got a nice deep snare, and I like to keep that with their songs. Like, I really do like. Let's go down to 1.4. Snare right now. Good. That's good for now. All right. So let's jump back to the end of the chorus, and I want to see what's going on here. Is that a cymbal at the end there? Yeah, I'm going to get rid of that, and I'm going to make it an open hi-hat, maybe like a 3. So I want it to ring a little, but I don't want it to be too crazy. Let's see what that sounds like. now let's jump back, just listen to that chorus again. That's good. I like that a lot. All right, let's jump into the verse. I just want to make sure I think they continue the foot hi-hat for most of the song. Yes. One of the other things I want to do is I want to catch those tambourine hits on the snares for pretty much the rest of the song. But I want to get that going tonight as well if we can. But yeah, they do continue that for verse 2. So let's do this. Let's select all those in verse 2, which that's the end. Down to let's not do that. You're going to be careful with undoing in Superior Drummer, just FYI. Because when you undo, it'll undo whatever's on the outside of what you're doing, not in Superior Drummer. So just be aware. Alright, so one close pedal. There we go. And also I wanted to change that ring. There was a ring, wasn't there? No. Fire and darkness lies. You were close like no other. I knew you as a father. I knew you as a friend. Sing the goodness of God. That needs to be louder. And also I'm going to make it a 3 and not a 4. 4 is a little too airy for that kind of thing. Of God. Alright, let's jump into that second chorus on the track and just make sure. I feel like it switches to a ride there. Down here, which I'm not in love with that ride sound, but I'm pretty sure it switches to a ride in that second chorus. So let's change that to a ride. And then keep these things the same. Too crashy. The ride's a little too crashy. Let's see if I can find a different ride that I like better. So, good time to show you something in Superior Drummer. To change out your kit, you can do your whole kit under here. You can pick a kit by Bob Rock or George Massenburg. George Massenburg mastered like all these, but a couple other guys did some of the other stuff. So you've got a lot of different kits, but you can also, if you like a kit, so I like this one, which is, I think it's the Bob Rock 2. This is Bob Rock 1. 2 is good too. But you can change out a cymbal or a drum, one single one, if you like something better, by clicking on it and then going up here, and you can pick from, looks like 6 different rides, and we just see what they sound like. See, that one I think might be a little bit closer. I think that one's too pingy. Strip hasty. That's what that sounds like. Once again, that one's too pingy, not enough ring. That might be a bit too much ring. No, that was pretty good. I like it. I like that one. Throw a little ambiance. Throw a little reverb on the ambient. Yeah, I like that a lot, actually. It's definitely a ride. Let's jump back to the chorus, listen to it. Some people like to mix strings like this. I like to get a sense for it and what's going on, but I generally, when I'm mixing throughout, I like to hear the entire thing, because this is how you're going to listen to it. Because out here, you don't hear the crash like ring of the ride as much as you would when it's solo. Like let's listen to that. So one of the things about a ride cymbal that you need to be careful about when mixing is there's always two aspects to the ride cymbal, and depending where you hit it and how hard you hit it, you get two main sounds from it. One is the ping, the other is the ring. The ping is always like the stereotypical ride that you hear, that ping, ping, ping. The ring is how much sound it creates around that. It's like the reverberous sound. So you'll hear it, when I solo it, you'll hear it nice and strong. So you hear the ping, and then the ring kind of comes after it. So here it sounds a little bit too strong, but when you bring everything in, and it'll actually be about this loud. Ping cuts through, but the ring doesn't cut through as much. The ring cuts through only enough to fill the sound a little bit, but you don't get that overwhelming ring from the ride. So I think that's just important to keep in mind when you're doing ride. All right, cool. Let's jump back here. So I like that ride. I like that. I'm feeling good. I don't think I ever used Tom 1, but the rest of the toms generally sound pretty good. I might need to tune them a little bit. All right, let's jump into the bridge and see what they do on the bridge, because I'm pretty sure they use an open. Actually, I think they might jump to a ride there too. So let's listen to that. All right, good. Yeah, so that's not there, the ping. So let's. Oops. This is my bridge. So I am going to keep that, but not open 4. I'm going to move it to, I think, open 2, I think I'll move it to open 2. Then maybe even bring it down a little bit. It's already been brought down, maybe 3. Yeah, I think 3. Bring them down a little bit. Okay, let's jump to here. Let's do the same thing, bring it up to 3. And I've got to match the volume. Running after, it's running after me. All right, let's just finish off all of these, putting them to there, turning them up a little bit. And then the next one too is, yeah, so this one too. So down here, this is the, sorry, I didn't explain that very well. This is the velocity right down here. of how hard you hit that particular piece of the kit. So you'll see if I turn it down, just touching it, whack it. Alright, now here we're into the bridge 2, which does get a little bit bigger, so I may want to keep it on open edge 4. I think I just turn it down a little bit. Alright, good. So there, so all the way through bridge 2 is the same. It's the same. We're on number 3, although I'm probably going to kick it up a little bit. Yeah, I'll kick it up a little bit. It'll help flesh it out. Bridge 4, 3. Oops, didn't raise this up. Last one of the bridge. This is when it cuts out. So I'll play from here. The breakdown. That ends fine. How does that fill sound? Just to make it sound a little more natural. I'm going to turn that down a little bit. And these fills, I'm just going to kind of mess with the things a little bit, warble them a bit, make them sound a little bit more natural. Save it. So this is the big part where I really wanted to mess with this. So this, I want a giant long crescendo. How's that? Alright, so I want this as a giant long crescendo. Let's zoom out just a hair so we can see them all. We can. There we go. And I probably want to do a crescendo up until bar 28 and then keep that nice and big, because then it opens up down here. You'll actually hear it open up. You'll actually hear it open up, which is pretty cool. Let's go here. So I'm going to get the snare to do the same thing. What you can do is you can just hold down. Just hold down and like draw. Hold down. And actually, sorry, use this. You can actually draw the crescendo almost, just follow it up. And it doesn't have to be perfect, because the less perfect it is, the more natural it'll sound, actually. It's pretty cool. Right, cool. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go from 123 to 128-ish, maybe a couple before there. I'm going to highlight them. And then kind of just like draw it almost. Just do an okay job. It doesn't have to be perfect. So I can stop there and then continue on down. Let's see what that sounds like. And this is going to be just a trial and error, because you're not going to get it perfect on the first row. I may notice that this might need to go all the way up to properly build the crescendo. I might see that it needs to be super soft and then kind of ramp up a little bit. Let's see how it sounds. All right, we are here, 22. So what I did notice is I like how soft it started, but I don't like how soft it ended. So I think I need to do what I said just then, which is start sort of soft and then ramp up toward the end. So let's see how that goes. So start off kind of soft. Do a very gradual and then kind of ramp it up to almost the top. Let's see how that sounds. So from 122. I like that. I like that a lot. Let's see how it sounds with the entire band. Beautiful. Now I'm going to go with an open edge 2 again for the chorus. I think that's what we used in chorus 2, is it? Used an open edge 2 in the hi-hat. Chorus 2. Oh, in the bridge, sorry. Open edge 3. So I'm going to make that an open edge 3 in the big chorus here as we get into it. Oops, didn't want to draw. So just select all those and we're going to take them down to 3 and we're probably going to bring them down a bit. Turn the randomize on to make it a little more natural. Right, so that end there wasn't set in stone. I'm not sure exactly what we're going to do there. So we may do a little bit of retardando at the end. We may not. I'm not sure, but we'll go from there. All right. Cool. So that's kind of the drums done, I think. I think so, yeah. Let's listen through it. I'm just going to listen through it with just the track going, and I want to see how it sounds. So let's save it, get out of there, come back to the start. We'll just start just before the drums come in. And I'll mute my voice, and we can focus on the music. All right, here we go. All right, yeah, I can live with that. That sounds pretty good to me, the drums so far. Some further tweaking will be required, but that's how it always goes. We'll always need to tweak some stuff all the way up until the end. As you get more and more instruments, you'll need to tweak the level of the rides, or the kick might become a little bit too powerful when you're when you're listening with the bass. It might just become a little bit too powerful. So you need to keep an eye on that kind of stuff as you go, and especially toward the end when you're going to master and you're doing your final mix. That kind of stuff will come up and it'll go. All right, cool. That's great. I want to now do a tambourine. I'm going to get that going. And I think I might actually have a tambourine sound. Give me 1 second. I'm just on my other screen right now, so don't mind me. It might look a little bit weird for a second. All right. I think, because I'm pretty sure I've already got a couple of tambourine sounds. Where is it? I'm sure I could probably find one in MIDI, but I generally like to get one, like a real tambourine. It's just got such a nice snap to it. Just bear with me for a second. It's not in there. It's not in there. I thought it was on my desktop. All right. I guess it's not. You know what? Let me just see if I can find one in MIDI, and then we'll replace it with a real one later on. So let's duplicate that. I don't really need to duplicate it, do I? Because I'm not going to use that plugin. All right, so let's turn this on. We're not going to use that plugin, but let's turn it back on. If we double click on it, we can, sorry, we don't want to do that. We want to go to Contact 5, select stereo, as always. I always do stereo tracks. Then we want to go to, I'm going to see if I can find like a percussion library. I think I do have something like that. Because band is just going to be horns and stuff. Yeah, we don't want that. One orchestral, percussion, okay. Symphony, triangle, ooh, tambourine. Let's try that one. All right, Omni, and let's. So the first one was in chorus 2 when it got a little bit bigger. So it was like that. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna do that. Move you out of the way a little bit. Put an empty MIDI region in here. And we're actually going to expand it to the entire chorus. All right, so now what we want to do, I want to see if we have a good tambourine sound here that I'd be happy with. It's all rolls. Not loving it. All right, let's try tambourine 2. Oops, wrong way. So let's get rid of you, bring in tambourine 2 and see what that is. Yeah, these look to be super orchestral tambourines. It's not really what we're looking for. Yeah, it's not working. All right, let's see if we can find something else. But that was in VSL, right? Orchestral percussion could be a little bit different. I know orchestral tambourines aren't what we're after usually, but let's try it. Oh, here we go. it's not exactly what I'm looking for, unfortunately. All right, so I'm going to try one more time to find it on my hard drive because I know I've got some samples saved. I know I've got a few samples saved on here somewhere. Oh, are they called Logic samples? Oh, wait, did I save them in music? That might be where they are. Music samples. There we go. All right, tambourine. All right, so I think this one might be what I'm after. All right, so let's get rid of this track. Let's get rid of you for a second. And let's throw in a new audio track. Because now we're using a real sample that I downloaded online. I can't remember where I got it from. If I find it again, I'll let you guys know. But we want an audio track. Now, we don't really care about it having an input because it doesn't need one. Because all we're dragging in is... all we're dragging in is a file. And then the only thing we really need to do with the file is make sure it's lined up correctly. So what we're going to do is we're going to boost the signal so we can actually see it. Like that. So it looks like it's right on the beat. So 1, 2, 3. Looks like it's going to be right there. Let me just double check that those are in the right. We're in the right chorus here. Yeah, it's just on every snare. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually just going to I'm going to call it tambourine hits so I know what it is. I'm just going to copy and paste it. It's right on. So it should be there, on the 3 of every bar. Yep. Still on the 3 of every bar. I'm just trying to match up the snare exactly. Okay. Hey, who's in the stream there? If you have any questions, you got any thoughts, please let me know. Just hanging out, just having some fun. I'm wondering if I need to put it on all the snares. I probably do, right? We're just putting a tambourine on the snare right now. Da, 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 da. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's like that, right? All right, now what we're doing with this, now that we have that, we want to mix it and throw some effects on it because I want to make sure you can hear it, but I don't want it to be crazy obvious because you can barely hear it in the actual track, but I want to make sure we're going to throw a lot of effects on it. So now for general effects, love the Chris Lord LG Signature Series. So we're going to go into audio units, we're going to jump down into waves because they're released by Waves, and just do the regular unplugged. Just gives you a lot of basic effects. Bass, treble, compression, reverb, delay. It's all you need, but we need this to be like super wet. We need this to be super wet, so I'm going to solo it. So here it's a lot wetter now versus super dry, super wet. We don't want it crazy wet. So we're going to take reverb 2 off. Might change it to whole. Compression up a bit, get rid of some of that. All right, so now the other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to transpose it down a little bit. That's too much. Let's do 3. Still might be, maybe just 1, honestly. Let's try that. Maybe I won't transpose. It's not cutting through like I wanted it to. Yeah, it's a little better. Let's throw some more. Let's wet it up a bit. So really we're just trying to create a little bit of contrast between the verse and the chorus. We want that chorus to be a little bit fatter with sound, and that's all this tamborine's doing. So you compare it to this. So it doesn't need to be crazy in your face. See how you can barely hear it? And when it's that soft, all you hear cutting through is that very first hit, that very first attack. So we can make it super wet. Versus, see how you can barely hear it? I think having it on all of those is a little bit much. So let's zoom in a little. I think I'm just going to keep it on the one, on where the snare is. Oops, wrong one. So I think I'm just going to keep it on the 3 of each bar, even when the snare goes on. So now what I'm going to do, so I don't have to copy and paste all of those, I'm just going to, since it's just on the 1 on the 3, on the 3 of each bar with the snare, I'm just going to copy and paste. Now you can see where you're pasting it based on the number up top. See how it says bar 76, beat 3? That's the first beat of whatever you are pasting. So you know all of them are on beat 3. I still think it could be wetter. Now I'm sending you guys a mono signal, so you won't really hear a pan, but it's there, believe me. Yeah, good. let's zoom out a little more and copy and paste again. Just option clicking here onto beat 3. And let's see. Let's just like this. No, I'm going to get rid of that one. We don't need that one. I think I need to get rid of that last one. That's kind of out in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, let's get rid of that. Alright. That's us. This time I'm just going to do a copy and paste since it's so far away. This is the build out of the breakdown chorus into the vamp, into the big chorus. Hey Commander Root, welcome to the chat. Welcome to the stream, man. And, S1 Thacker, welcome to the chat, bro. Appreciate you being here. Where are you guys from? How'd you find me? This is only my 3rd stream. Surprised I got people watching me. Copy 4 of them and just kind of keep it going until the end here. I think it's just, whoops, grabbed the wrong thing. I think it's just 2 more. Something like that. Let's listen. That is not terrible. And that's what we are always aiming for. Not terrible. Okay, so that's the tambourines done. We got the bass going. I think if I remember right, there's a shaker somewhere in this song. I want to try and get all the percussion out of the way because as low as it is, and it's still a very important part of what we're doing. So let me just see if I got a shaker. In samples, no, I've just got cymbal swells, which I might use one actually as we go back into the chorus. Let's see what we got. It's coming. You know what? I'll just drag them in so I can see when they start and jump to it. Create an audio track, no input. Yes, I know. So breakdown chorus, vamp chorus. So I'm going to have it swell in there. So let's see what this one sounds like. Whoa, it's big. Larger than I thought. Not that. That one actually didn't sound terrible. Let's cut you here. What does this one sound like? So these aren't MIDI, these are real cymbal swells, and that's what I love about them. Still think I like this first one. So I want the peak to be right at the vamp to the chorus, and then let's kill it here. So just see what that sounds like. Turn it down a little bit and see what it does. I think I've got to move it just a little bit. I like what that does. I like that. All right. Host me raffle. Welcome to the stream, bro. Thanks so much for joining. I got to figure out how to get the people that join on the screen. I want to know this. I want to get those sounds. I don't know how to do it yet though. I don't even know if I can do it yet. Do you have to have a certain amount of followers or something to do that sort of stuff? I don't know. This is only my third stream. Let's do cymbal swells. I feel like I should do another one of these cymbal swells at the bridge. Don't overuse it though. So let's copy and let's put one right at the bridge. Let's see what it sounds like. Oops. Looks, welcome to the chat, man. Yeah. I like that for now until I don't. So let's keep that for now and see how it goes. Good, good, good. All right, awesome. Hey, who's watching right now? Who's in the chat? It says there's a few people in the chat. I'd love you guys to say hi, just to make sure I'm doing this right and I'm looking at the right thing. All right. I don't want to overdo the cymbal swells, so I think that's all I'm going to do there. But I think, if I remember right, we have some egg shakers. Maybe the breakdown chorus? No, it starts it with every breath. So it starts, all my life you have been faithful. All my life you have been so good. So it starts there. I'm pretty sure I've got a MIDI egg shaker. Let's see if I can find one. Maybe in the default sounds. I don't know. I'm sure I can find one though. So let's try percussion, coffee shop maybe. I wish I had my keyboard up here. That's all right. I'll just create a new MIDI region. And I want that to go all the way through the vamp back into the chorus. And that's the only place I'll put it. That doesn't need to be at the start. Oh, look at this. New Logic update. It's got it written down what things are. That's awesome. Alright, this doesn't look like it has it. Let's try Studio. What you got? What you got for me? Wait, it's really just the same sounds? That's interesting. Producer kits. These are plus, so they're going to take a little bit to load. Let's see what's in coffee shop with this. Oh, looks like it changes a few things here and there. Performance patches, claps, congas, shake. Ooh, shakers. Maybe it's in a shaker. Whoa. Maracas, shakers. Ooh, that might work, a shaker. And it's got forward and back. That's super interesting. I've never seen those before. That's pretty cool. All right. Electrical Longboard, welcome to the stream, bro. As well as another TV viewer. Welcome to the stream. If you're watching right now, I would love it if you would say hi in the chat, just so I can know the chat is working as it should be. This is my third stream, so I'd love you guys to say hi. But yeah, let's use that. Let's use the... Which one was it? Which one did I like? Shaker... This one. Shake it back and forth. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So maybe it's just half notes because I'm doubled the speed here. Yeah, it is. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy and paste, copy and paste, copy and paste. Just do one bar of it and I'll just copy and paste it throughout the whole thing and make sure it sounds right. I'm also going to make these super wet with reverb because it needs it. It really does. Key. Good, good. So just make sure that's the right rhythm that we got. Oops. Going on there. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. So what we're going to do is we're going to get our velocity tool, and we're going to keep the first one as the control, and then we're going to hold command, and that going to pull that down to maybe like 50, and so basically you want that first one to be out of the 4 to be the strongest, the third one to be the next strongest, but just by a little, and then match ish, so something like that. See, that's not enough of a difference, so let's turn that one up a little bit. So hear the difference between those two. Haha, talking about shakers, bro. Talking about shakers in the breakdown chorus. And how to make them sound good in a mix. This is the way that you make them sound good. Because you always want that first one to cut through, and the rest of them need to just sit just right so you hear them. Oh, that's what you get for listening to so much Dutch in one night. Nah, I'm sure it's a lovely language. I have no experience with it though. Let's get rid of you. Hopefully the beautiful sounds of the Logic Pro 10 shaker will help. You need some Chucky Bickies, I love it. For those others in the chat, I think there's a few other people in the chat right now. Chucky Bickies are chocolate biscuits or chocolate cookies, but in Australia. All right, so let's wet this up a little bit. So what we're going to do is we're going to throw the Chris Lord algae on there. Stop you for a sec. We're just going to throw a Chris Lord algae on there. Which one's unplugged? Oreos, I think we'd call sandwich creams. I'm not sure if you call them that here, but it's like a sandwich and it's got cream in the middle, I guess. All right, let's see what this sounds like with some effects. Too much. Let's delay off. Now we don't want compression because the compression is going to make it the compression is going to mess around with the velocity that we have once we export it as audio. So we don't want to have compression on there. So I'm just going to turn that off. Bass and treble can stay where they are. I know it sounds like a lot of reverb on there, but bear with me because we're turning this way down. And I also know it's not an egg shaker, but for lack of a better term, I'm calling it an egg shaker. those drums sound so much better now that we've messed around with the velocity. All right, that egg shaker is good for now. I will mess around with that as we start to flesh it out some more. We got an egg shaker here, right? Somewhere. Guess we don't. I'll use maracas, close enough. And percussion, let's throw no drums, sorry. Cymbal on there. This is the most important part of doing a track, everyone. You got to make sure you put pretty pictures on whatever track you're doing, because that way it looks really nice. All right. Yeah, the Akashaka sounds great for now, Cameron. Yeah, I think that cymbal swell just brings it all together. It's probably a bit loud there. Great. Is that really my first stream thing? As an Australian, we'd probably spell it Akashaka like that. So there we go. Akashaka is a thing. It's done. Cameron, how's my mic sound? I changed it from the cheap one that I got for free to my SM7B. It does sound pretty good. I do like that a lot. All right, let's keep all the percussion together, shall we? I asked you if my mic sounds better. I changed it from the cheap one that I did a review on, the $20 mic, and I changed it to the SM7B. It is, classic studio mic. Whoops. So I hope it sounds a little bit better right now. Pretty sure it does. Let me just fix what I threw off the desk there. Oh, good. Good. It especially sounds good if you get nice and close for some intimate voiceovers. All right, cool. So that is going. Let's make sure that sounds good. Got the tambourine going. Let's hear the cymbal swell into the bridge. Check out those ride cymbals we put on the drums. Gandam, welcome to the stream, bro. Say hi in the chat, would you, Gandam? I'd love to know where you're watching from. Let's just listen to the breakdown one more time. I want to make sure the Akashaka comes in nicely. You have been faithful, so good. Every breath that I am able. I'm digging how that's sounding. That is sounding pretty choice. All right. Good. So we've got the drums, we got the bass there, man. That swell just adds a lot. Like, listen to it without the swell. I'm not sure if you were here when we did that without the swell. It sounds good, but it just adds so much. Like, it's fine, right? But then, man, add it back in, it just fattens it up beautifully. What is next? I think that's pretty much all the percussion that we need to add to this, and we can tweak the levels and all of that as we flesh it out a little bit more. The bass is good for now. I'll be re-recording that probably after the acoustic guitar. Man, I feel like next is probably some acoustic. I didn't set up for that. All right, we can figure it out. Let me plug in my Maton, and I'll just kind of get an acoustic track down, even if it's not the actual one that we're going to use finally. To the bottom right. Oh yeah, I'm not really using that right now. Well, do I use the bottom right at all? I'll be using the bottom right for when we do MIDI stuff, but we're not doing much more MIDI. Yeah, let me see if I can move it down for you. That was a lot easier than I thought. All right. Okay, cool. So yeah, I think the next thing we can do is some acoustic. So let me get my Maton. I'll get that plugged in, and I'll see if we can get some sound coming out of it and lay an acoustic track down, and we'll see how it comes out. All right, give me 1 second, guys. All right, let's see how this goes. So what we're gonna do, well, you can hear my fan really loud there. Sorry, guys. Definitely don't want that. Camera, focus. I'm sure it'll get there. All right, so I've got my guitar, my Maton here. Got it plugged into the interface. And that's coming through the main mic, so I'll need to turn that down when I actually record. Let's make a... Yeah, let's do that one. Hey. Let's see if I can get my camera to focus. There we go. Just going to mute my mic for a second while I play around with the sound, make sure it's coming through, get tuned, all that kind of thing. All right, so this track right now is in B flat because that's where the original is. I'm not going to record it in B flat. I'm going to record it in
sorry, it's an A flat. I'm going to record it in G because I am a worship pastor and all we can play are chords in the key of G. So now that should be in G. That sounds pretty good. 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 All right. So just to show you what I'm using to record this is my Maton Cooler Bar. It is an Australian guitar. I love this thing. The reason I'm using this and not my Taylor or any of my other guitars is the pickup in it. Let's see if you can see that. See the pickup in there? That is the LR Baggs Anthem, one of the best acoustic pickups you can get. It uses a microphone under the saddle and it sounds absolutely killer. So it sounds great when it's just plugged line in. Usually I would be miking this up, but this got such a good sound. When you throw some effects on it, it sounds just like a mic'd guitar almost, and I love it for the simplicity. So let's kind of just lay a track down and see what happens. I'm going to turn the click on, keep the count in, and we should be good. I'm just going to lay something down and we'll go from there. Community Showcase, welcome to the stream, bro. Tell me where you're from in the chat. Would love to hear from you. All right. Going to turn off my mic and we're going to go for it. See you in a minute. right, so I already know I'm not going to keep that track. There's a few things, a few inconsistencies I let slip by. A few things like I played D sometimes I was playing D sus. A few other little things like I want this. There's going to be 2 acoustic tracks. The first one's going to be just basically a strum track. Simple strumming all the way through. The other one's going to have some picking in it, and that's going to have the walk down and all of that when it goes from the G to the D to the F sharp to the E. Yeah, so let's just kind of do a little quick bit of mixing. I also noticed that the it's set up for a pedal board over here, and that's why it sounded kind of weird when I was playing it. So let's turn all of that off. Let's get rid of all of this. We don't need any of these plugins. You'll probably already notice it sound better. Let's turn this down a little bit so we get a little bit more dynamic view there. It already sounds more like an acoustic. Let's reset that so we get rid of all of those. So the only effect I do use is the Chris Lord algae. I love these Chris Lord algaes, by the way. They're great. Is it unplugged or is it guitars? I can't remember which one it is. I think it's unplugged. Reverb, compressed, treble, delay. Yeah, it is. Oh, let's see what this one sounds like first. Let's go a little bit softer. Compression up a little. Don't need delay. Let's go from the start. Yeah, I'm not crazy with that. I'll have to definitely fix that. Definitely gonna tweak that. But it gives us an idea. But it gives us an idea of what it's going to sound like, so. Night, camera. See you, brother. Thanks for swinging by the stream. And those of you who are still watching the stream, I'm curious how you found out about me. Did you just find me on Twitch? Did you see my YouTube channel? Love to hear how you found me. Yeah, let's listen to that breakdown chorus again. Oh, nope. Nope. That didn't mean to do that. Yeah, I want it to be softer, like a smoother guitar. Throw some effects on the bass now that we've kind of been playing with effects a little bit. So I like to kick the sub up a little bit, compress, keep a little bit of growl, get rid of the spreader and that. And I like a bass that sounds like a bass. I like a bass that sounds bassy. So the other thing Crystal Algae does is it boosts the signal, which is nice, very cleanly. So let's just turn that down. Yeah, that sounds a lot better. Bass sounds great. I think that's a little bit too much sub on there. Let me turn the growl up a little. Yeah. Angel of Light, welcome to the stream. I'd love you to say hi in the chat, where you're from. Thanks so much for joining me tonight. We're just tweaking Goodness of God and seeing how we do. We're just moving through all the tracks. We've only got a few left. We're working on the acoustic right now. Not too happy with how it's sounding right now, but I think next stream I'll be trying a different guitar and maybe even miking it up and going from there. But it does give us a pretty good idea what we're working with. Love that C too. So let's hear it in the original key, which is in A flat. So transposing is super easy. Take it up one there, take the bass up one, and then we take our acoustic up one. Bass, there we go, instant capo one. Yeah, I gotta work on that a little bit. I'll need to do an overall level check on the bass. It's a bit loud now. It's a bit too loud now. But once we get into it, I feel it's a little soft. But it does sound good. You have led me through the fire and darkest nights. You were home like no other. Let's turn the keys back on. These keys are not final. Actually might work on the final keys next stream. Final keys and start working on the acoustic. Ideas on electric. Love to get electric going soon too. That might be next stream as well. My life laid down. I give you everything. Your goodness is running out. Running after me. Your goodness is running after. It's running after me. With my mouth laid down, I give you everything. Your goodness is running after. It's running after. Those of us who were in the chat, how did you find me? I'm curious. Did you just find me on Twitch, or did you see the YouTube video, the tweet? Curious how you got to me tonight. Alright, that doesn't sound too bad. I think we definitely see where we're going here. And I think the only other thing that I would want to do is, like, there's not only going to be an acoustic strum, like I mentioned, there's going to be 2 acoustic tracks. One's just going to be a strum, the other is going to be just sort of a picking thing, especially during the downtime. So during the intros to verse 1, it's going to accentuate that G to a G sus that they do. And also the walk downs in the chorus. It's also going to accentuate this pullback. Something like that. Might have it capoed up and play it in C or something like that, just to give it a different flavor. I think it'll be nice. All right, let's just listen to this. I want to make sure of a couple things of the drums. That is good. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to even bother with the ritardando at the end there. I think I'm just going to end it on the 1. I feel it's just going to be a little bit too annoying. It just doesn't sound right. I would need to retard the entire thing, and I'm not going to. It's just going to take too much work, and I'll keep it. Bum, bum, bum. So let's zoom in a little bit. Let me grab this. Put it back on the 1 and just see what that does. Might not be perfect, but good enough for now. Drums are still doing it. Maybe just a little bit. All right, let's tweak those drums for a second. Put that back on the beat. Throw it back on the 1. Let's listen to that end. I think then that might be it for the night. That is good for now. The guitar gives us an idea of what's going on. So I think that's going to be it for tonight's stream, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. Angel of Flight, another TTV viewer, Commander Root, Electrician on board, Lurks. Thank you so much for being in the chat right now and for hanging out with me and listening to what's going on. I will be streaming again, maybe on Saturday, I think, as well. And then so we've pretty much got the percussion and the bass done. We're going to work on the acoustic and hopefully even the electric, maybe even on a pad to go underneath it all, just to help fatten things up. a little bit. Thanks so much for being a part of the stream tonight. Definitely give me a follow if you like what I'm doing, you like what I see. I'm on YouTube as well at The Worship Portal. Go watch some of my other tracks there, see what the end result might sound like, and thank you so much for being a part of the Worship Portal stream. Thanks so much. Good day, everyone. Welcome to the Worship Portal live stream. We're going to be continuing with editing Goodness of God today. So just a little rundown of what I want to be doing today. I want to listen through the track, first of all, just to make sure we are in a pretty good place with where we're at right now. Make any last changes. And I think first thing we're going to do today is we're going to re-record the acoustic guitar that we have going on here. I recorded it on my Maton and it just wasn't sounding how I wanted it to for this song. So I'm going to use a microphone and record acoustically, and we'll go from there. But first things first, let's listen through and see how we're doing.
So what we're going to do is we're going to get rid of the acoustic there, since I wasn't crazy in love with it. And just want to see how the egg shaker is, or the Acca shaker. Alright, let's get into a little bit of acoustic. So I'm going to do 2 acoustic tracks. I might actually do 3. I might do 2 rhythm acoustics and then pan them left and right. That's going to give us a more sort of wide spread there. You won't hear it today. I hopefully have something coming that will allow me to really do true stereo. I'm having to do dual mono right now. So you probably won't hear the spread, but I'll show you once I get the necessary equipment. So I'm probably going to do 2 tracks total of that, but I'm also going to do one where it's just like a little bit of picking here and there that's going to really just kind of take it to the next level. So let's get set up for the acoustic. So I'm using the SM81, Sennheiser SM81 here to record the acoustic. Let me just bring it around. Don't mind that. Alright, cool, it's coming through. So this is the SM81 that I'm going to be using. It's a nice sort of all-around microphone for acoustic, for vocals, for I use it for my voiceovers when I do my YouTube videos, but it's a great little all-round mic. So what we're going to do is that is coming in on input 1. So input 1 is not showing up. Why isn't input 1 showing up? Let me just have a look here, make sure the audio settings are in the right spot. Input and output, M track, that's right. Input 1 is on the back. What's the gain is set, it's coming through there. It's just not coming through on here. Oh. There we go. Check, check. Okay. Gonna be recording it on my Taylor. Hang on, let me do some quick cable management here. Make sure everything's kind of out of the way. Alright, so I'm just going to get it tuned in, dialed in a little bit. I'm going to mute my vocal microphone. You probably hear me still a little bit through this, but I've got it about, 3 to 4 inches away from the 12th fret. Going to mute my vocal microphone as I get it tuned in. Alright, let's tune. That seems super sharp. I was sitting out all night and it got kind of warm in here, so maybe that's it. Alright, so right before we go, I need to tune all of these down from A flat to G, because I'll be playing in G, and I'll just tune it up to A flat when I release it. Alright, cool. Pretty good. Let's turn this up so we can hear it. Not that loud.
we'll do a quick test and just see how it sounds. Muting the mic. Hey, Commander Root. Welcome to the stream, brother. Hey, Commander Root. Welcome to the stream. Put in chat where you're watching from. I'd love to see where you're watching from. So just want to test it out, see how it's going. Just testing it out. So let's see what it sounds like. Oh, that sounds so much better. All right, good. I'm happy with that. So let's get rid of that. Let's do an actual run through here of the verse. Okay. Gotta make sure I remember all the chords. All right, muting the microphone and we're gonna go for it.
Good, good. That did not sound terrible, I don't think. There were a couple little bits in there that I messed up. Bridge number 1, I messed up bridge number 1. I went to the E minor when I should have went back to the G. But let's give it a quick listen back and see how it sounds. See how it all sounds. Jump in a little bit. Checking out some effects in there. Alright, cool. So let me just put this down for a minute. Stop you. Alright, I'm just going to get the mic out of the way. Move forward again. Check, check. You can hear me nicely again? Good, good. Alright. Host Me Raffle. S1 Facker, Commander Root, welcome to the stream. If you're watching, let me know where you're watching from. I'd love to have a chat to you and answer any questions you may have. All right, so I'm going to be just listening to this back and seeing what went well, what didn't, if I need to re-record any parts, and we'll go from there. Just going to solo it. Gonna mute my voice.
like I need to just re-record the bridge. Curious, do you even hear the rock chords? It's all try a different one of the crystal LGs. Try the unplugged. The guitars I feel is a little bit more catered to electric guitar. So let's turn the delay off. This has got 2 reverbs. Percussion. Cut through a little more almost. The thing about acoustic guitar, especially when you're mixing it,
Guitar very easily and very necessarily becomes more of a percussion instrument once things get big. You don't need the chordal attributes of an acoustic once things get really big. For example, in the chorus, or when it builds up here at the chorus or in the bridge, it becomes more of a percussion. You're really looking more for the that kind of aspect of it. So you'll hear it as it builds up. It goes from being very chordal in the first chorus to being more percussion in the fourth chorus. I'm going to leave that as the strum for now. I might tweak it a little bit off stream, maybe cut a couple things here and there. Hey, may do it on stream. But I do want to re-record the piano and do the actual piano track. All right, so let me just set that up a little bit because it requires some movement. Drums. There we go, it's better. So I'm thinking about doing the main melody part there on the keyboard instead of on the acoustic. So let's see how it sounds. But the key with this one is going to be keeping it super simple. Can we go up? Let's see how it sounds. Just kind of play along to it a little bit. Turn the click on. and see what we do. Oh, that was terrible. Let's try it again.
there's a few things there that we need to fix. So let's quantize. The thing is, the bad thing about quantize, yeah, it does that. We did a little bit of a roll here at the start. Listen. So what I'm probably going to do is I'm probably just going to deselect that, then quantize everything else. So that was another roll, but see what it does when you roll and you quantize it. So I'm just going to tighten that up, put it back on the beat, and it should be good. Zanekiba, welcome to the stream, mate. Let me know in the chat where you're from. I'd love to see where you're watching from. What's wrong there? Does it walk down there? Is that where it walks down? It does, but why does it sound so weird? Let's solo it again. It's because I was doing the D add 5. That's what it was. Up. Meant to go back to the C, but I didn't. Let me just copy that. And then fix these notes. but get rid of that because it needs to be fixed. Type, replace it with the wrong one. Alright, let's try that. Let's go from the chorus. Did a little something funky there. Two. That's again. It does something funky because I'm not completely on the beat, so really it's my fault. Community Showcase. Welcome to the stream, mate. Let me know where you're watching from in the chat. Would love to see where you're coming from. That's right, I forgot the chord there. So C chord. So that's just doing the first and the third there. Velocity down a little. Something happened there. Listen again. This needs to be on the 3. All off a little bit. I remember that being off now that I listened to it. That's a little off. Once again.
that one. So I'll keep those there. But these should probably go on the fourth beat of the bar. Toward the end, it seems like it gets a little bit loud. I might tweak that as it comes closer to the end, as we actually start finalizing some of these tracks. So get rid of bass track there, don't need you anymore. Yeah, so we'll do that. Just give it a little bit of a listen, see where we're coming from. Delay this by just a hair and just see how that sounds, because sometimes you don't need to record a second track. Oops, don't want to bounce it. Just got to delay it a little bit. Even that might be too much. Hopefully I'll be able to show you the effect of it in a later stream. I'm going to get rid of that little... So that's probably a little bit too loud there. Let's try a chorus again. What I'm going to do is I'm going to let us listen through a little bit, and I'm going to actually set up an electric guitar, and we'll start playing around a little bit with that. So I'm going to mute my microphone, I'm going to switch to just Logic here, and let us listen through a little bit. All right, see you in a few minutes. that is sounding pretty good so far. I'm happy with that. So what we're going to do now, let me just jump back and show you my face cam. So I've set up an electric. What we have going on here is I have my trusty Squier Strat. Thing I love about this thing, it's a classic vibe Squier Strat, and we've done some work to it. We've put Emerson blend wiring to match the Porter HSS pickups. What it does is the second tone knob here doesn't change tone, it just blends in the humbucker to whichever position that you're in. So it gives it a really fat sound. This is probably my favorite guitar to play, to be honest. So what we're going to do is we're going to add a new track. Excuse me. We're going to just put a line input because we don't need the effects given there. And then for the effects, what we're going to do is we're going to go down to audio units, jump into line 6 and use Helix Native. So this is basically like the Helix floor pedal, but on the computer. Alright, so let me just fix something a little better so I can show you some effects. So the one that I'd like to use is actually it's by Worship Tutorials. I like to use either the Cartographer or the Hillsong Droff patch, but Cartographer is just a special patch, I think. Tweak this after the fact with different effects and whatever we want to do. So I'm not too fussed about making it sound perfect right now. So that's good enough for right now. What we're gonna also do is I am gonna throw the guitars Chris Lord LG on there just for the boost. So I'm gonna get rid of all the effects. I'll keep those on there, but I'm just gonna boost it up a little. Super clean boost, the Chris Lord LG effects. This thing, seriously, it's always on sale for like $30, $50, something like that. If you don't have it and you record, get it. I literally use it on pretty much every one of my tracks. On every track within my tracks. Okay, so one thing I do want to check is that I'm in tune. Just ask my sound guys at church. I have a bad habit of my electrics being out of tune. Sounds good. Just see what the level's like. That's all I'm going to do, just some rhythm stuff, keep it nice and simple. I'll probably do lead on a different day, it's getting kind of late. Alright, cool. So let's we'll probably come in on the chorus a little bit, maybe something a little like this.
double check my tune again. These strings are kind of old, so it might just be that. It's G. So let's come in on verse 2. I'm going to mute my mic and we're going to go through it.
Another TTT viewer and Yar1111, welcome to the stream. Let me know where you're coming from if you're in chat, and I'd love to have a chat with you if you're there. Let's try this again. I'm just going to do one more track, and I'm just going to kind of play around with some lead lines and see if we can get some of that going before we end tonight, and we'll go from there. See how it goes.
so that needs a lot of effects. Angel of Light, welcome to the stream. Let me know you're here. Let me know where you're from in the chat. Love to say hi. Let's turn that way. We're gonna tweak the effects later on anyway, but we're just tweak it now. Open this back up. Cartographer back on. Let's throw some distortion on there. Too much distortion. Listen to it through one more time. I might tweak some stuff as it's playing, and yeah, we'll see how we're feeling after that. All right, muting the mic. We're gonna play it and see how it sounds. What we're going to do is we're going to put it back in B flat. Sorry, A flat, because that's where it's going to live. So let's see how it sounds in A flat. Then we'll listen through. So put it back in A flat. All right, let's. Oh, good. All right, let's listen to it again. See how we do. Mute the microphone. Let's listen through. guys. Well, that is the stream for tonight. Sorry about the late stream, but my son went down late, so I needed to tweak that a little bit. I will be streaming again on Wednesday, definitely, but maybe a day in between then. I'm going to work on a few things off stream, but we'll come back and probably finish up the electric and then start working on some pad, and then really looking to finish this up and transpose it into all 12 keys and start uploading it to YouTube so you guys can use it to practice, you guys can use it at church, and just really get this track out there and on the YouTube channel. So thanks so much for watching tonight. Please, if you have any questions, let me know in the chat as we stream. And don't forget to head to my YouTube channel and watch some of the content I have there. Got a lot of really good stuff that some of you guys might enjoy at the Worship Portal on YouTube. So have a great night, and I'll see you next time. Thanks so much. And welcome to the Worship Portal live stream. We are going to be continuing editing Goodness of God today. So, yeah, thanks so much for joining us. Thanks so much for coming. And I've actually made a lot of improvements to the stream over the past few days, actually, since I last streamed, upgraded the audio, so you should be hearing my voice a lot better. And also, I've completely rewired how I was doing audio. So if you were watching last Sunday when I was streaming and we recorded the acoustic guitar, you'll see right now we have 2 tracks here. And because we were actually streaming in dual mono last Sunday, I couldn't hear what was going on. So what I wanted to do is I wanted to duplicate and give a stereo effect to the acoustic strum. So we'll give that a quick listen and I'll show you what that sounds like. But the biggest difference is we are now running in stereo. So this will work best if you have headphones on, if you want to give this a quick listen. So what you'll see is I've panned an acoustic all the way left, and I've panned the same acoustic all the way right. And what you'll notice is if I zoom way in, you'll see that one of the acoustics is just a little off time. What that does, both the panning of the 2 acoustics and the slight shift of the right acoustic in this case, gives you a very nice stereo effect. So what I'm going to do is I'll just give you a quick listen to that without me talking. Just want to show you what that looks like. If we look at, I'm going to mute the left strum. So you should just be hearing this in your right ear if you have headphones on. And then the left. And then both. And you see how that gives you a nice wide acoustic, kind of like you're standing in the middle of 2 separate acoustics. And if you unmute it, here's how it sounds in the mix. Sounds a lot better than it did a couple of days ago. The eagle-eyed viewers of us will also notice that the tambourine hits have been slightly panned to the left, and that gives you the same kind of effect, just a little bit of depth on the right and the left side. Let's jump forward to the breakdown. And if you're watching us, please say hi in the chat. I would love to see where people are watching from and get any feedback and get any thoughts. Very happy with how the acoustic is sounding. Alright, so beyond making it stereo for you guys as well as for myself to hear, that's really all I've done since the stream on Sunday. So what we're going to play with today is we're actually going to get the rhythm electric finished up and then start working on the electric lead. So this is what I played last time on my Strat, and it's okay. I wasn't completely happy with it as I was listening back to it, but this is what we've got. It's a little bit crunchy, and I think the strings needed to be changed, to be honest, on that guitar. So I'm not completely happy with how that was sounding. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to unmute that. I'm going to get rid of this. Don't need it anymore. So what we are going to do is we're going to start from verse 2 and we're going to replay a lot of this. So what I've got is I've got my, that's still plugged in, good. So I'm going to move back just a hair. I've got my trusty Epiphone Les Paul 335. Let's just get the cable out of the way. And you hear that coming through already. But now that is much too bass heavy, too crunchy. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to throw into the middle pickup, middle position, see what that gives us. And you can hear that it's still too crunchy. So let's open up Helix Native. And the cartographer patch from Worship tutorials is what I usually use. You know what though? I might be feeling the Hillsong Droff patch though. Need to turn it up a little bit so I can hear it. And so you guys can hear it. Just gonna put the strap on so it's a little more comfortable. Give me 1 sec. Okay, that's a little bit better. This is the bridge pickup. I think the bridge pickup's going to be the best one for us today. Sounds like a little bit too much grunt though. Yeah, because there's a lot of other instruments going on at the same time, so we need to make sure this cuts through. All right, so that is sounding pretty good. if not a little too dry. Let's see what happens if we throw on a couple of verbs and see what we've got here. A bit much. Ooh, that's a glimmer verb. It's a little much. I'm liking that. Let's see what it sounds like in the track. Let's go to the chorus where it gets a little bit bigger. Let's turn the click on. It's in A flat, let's not forget that. Alright, that's sounding pretty good. Alright, so what we're going to do, just to save on some RAM here, let's turn you guys off. Make sure we're not going to be clipping out at all. Alright, yeah, I do like that. That sounded pretty good. The other thing that we're going to do is I'm actually temporarily going to turn off the drums, because the drums take a lot of RAM, and so does Helix Native, which is what I'm using for the rhythm guitar. So just generally to not have any issues during the recording, I like to turn that off. All right, well, let's jump into verse 2, and we'll go from there. We'll take it bit by bit. We're not going to do it all in one go, because we want to make sure they're sounding just right. All right. Bloodluster, Commander Root, Host Me Raffle, S1 Facker, welcome to the stream. I would love you guys if you would say hi and tell me where you're from. I'd love to interact with you as we're going along here. So feel free to chat away and I'll talk when I can. Excuse me, I had to cough there. Okay, cool. So let's get verse 2 going with the electric, and we'll go from there. I'm going to turn my mic off, and I'll see you after probably the second bridge. It would help if I started off on the right chord. Starts off on a G. The other thing I'm going to do is just make sure I'm in tune. I tuned right before, but I threw a capo on, so I'm going to take the capo off, and I'm going to put everything back down. You'll notice it's all transposed up into A flat. That's just because generally I like playing in G better, especially when it comes to piano. So let me just tune all of this back down to G instead of A flat. Even the acoustics. So those acoustics were tuned up. I'm not sure if you guys knew, but I think Logic does a great job of retuning things to make it just sound top notch. And that's how I make my 12 key tracks too. Is I just tune them up with this. Sometimes I'll need to redo something depending on the instrument, depending on the sound that's coming out of it. But it's pretty rare. All right, cool. So that now we're in G. Cool. Here we go. Let's go with the rhythm electric for verse 2, chorus, and probably the 2 bridges as well. See you in a minute. notice I messed that up going into the bridge. I went to the straight G. I was supposed to go with the G over B, the first inversion of the chord there. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to duplicate the track, and I'm going to cut out that build, and I'll just go from that build. So let's open the editor here. I think it's right about here. Yeah, so it's that chord right there. Lurks, welcome to the stream, mate. Love you to say hi if you're in the chat there. Let me know. All right, so it's this chord on the 74th bar. Yeah, so I'll just go straight from that. Oops, I'll go straight from here. So all you want to do is you just want to highlight right up until that first piece. Get rid of it. Get rid of that end. Oops. Wrong one. Get rid of that little end piece. All right, now we're on the second track here. We'll mute the incoming signal for that, and we'll go from here. All right. So we'll fade out the rest of the electric right there. But you'll notice that there's a little bit of a break here if you listen again. Yeah, that break, that's because you couldn't cut it perfectly. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get my transients out here. And all we need to do is add a transient. Very good. Yep. That's good. Let's see if I can zoom in a little more here. But over here. Oops, wrong one. All I'm going to do is just copy and paste. It's in the wrong section. All right, so I'm just going to duplicate that right next to it. We'll see what that sounds like. There you go. Simple as that. Good, good. So from there, let's see where else we need to go. So I think we're going to build it up again on this breakdown, which is right here on the vamp. Sorry, let's listen from here. I think it's from the vamp. It'll be something like that. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's do it on the first track here. So make sure we've got that selected, and we'll go from there, and let's see how we do. All right, that sounded pretty good. Let's give that a quick listen. Good, good, good. So for me, the bass electric guitar is the playing of it is done. Now I'm probably going to tweak the sound as I'm getting into the final mixing stages and kind of finalizing some of these tracks. I will be tweaking the effects a little bit. I think it's still a little bit too grungy and not quite just a heavy overdrive. I think it's a little bit too grungy. But what I am going to do is I'm going to bounce these two tracks. I'm going to bounce in place, and the reason is I just want one electric rhythm track. So that will take just a moment. I just realized that's not exactly what I want to do, because bouncing the tracks also bounces the effects. So I really don't want to bounce the effects yet. I want to bounce just the raw audio. All right, so as you can see, if we mute these two rhythm tracks, and that's actually joined. I don't know why that's joined. All right, there we go. So if we mute these two rhythm tracks, see how that is normalized with the effects built in, and we don't want that at all. So what we're going to do is we're going to unmute these again. We are going to turn Helix off and the guitar off. We don't want any effects on this. Turn it off. So now you just hear the plain dry guitar. And dry electric guitar is not something that should ever be heard. So what we're going to do is we're now going to bounce these. Bounce in place. Same thing, new track, leave the source because we want to use those tracks for the effects, bypass effects. We could just turn that on. I like doing it this way. Yep, normalize is fine. And you'll see it's a lot quicker, and that's how it should be. So now what we do is we should be listening to just a dry track here. Yep. And then if we delete that temporarily, and if we move this down to that track, we should be getting the actual effects and having it sound like it did. Good. Because now we can change the effects later on when we want to turn like the drive down or what have you. So let me delete these other rhythms because we don't need them anymore. Actually, before I delete that, I'm just going to listen through this and make sure we didn't mess anything up. Going to turn it up a little bit so I can really hear the electric, but I want to get the greater context. Wrong button. I love that acoustic. Loving it. Community Showcase, welcome to the stream, brother. Where are you watching from today? All right, cool. That sounds good. So what we're going to do is going to pause that. We're going to get rid of these rhythm tracks that we don't need. Hit delete. That'll get rid of the wave files, and then hit delete again. It'll get rid of the tracks themselves. So, great. So what we're going to do is I'm going to just slightly mix it, make it sound, approximately where it's going to be. And then we'll move on to playing with some lead. Making a little more stereo. Definitely don't want it too loud, especially when it gets big. Let's jump into the chorus and see how it sounds. Going into the vamp. And I'm probably going to have it a little louder here. And then fade down now. Like, let this ring fade down a little. back down to here where it actually is. Let's turn the drums back on. Alright, yeah, I'm digging that so far. Good, good. Alright, let's play with the bridge and see what we've got. Yeah, that's much too... Let's turn this up. So you see it's actually faded to the right, and you can hear that in your ears if you have headphones on. Took a little bit to to wire that up, but I'm happy that it's there. So let's put that right back in the middle so it cuts through and we can hear it. Let's turn it up. Alright, so that delay is probably a little bit much. What we're going to do is we're going to find something a little bit more simple. Jump back to Hill. You know what? I'm going to play with some of the presets. I'll show you guys some of the presets of Helix. So I've noticed that just to show you that some of the presets are generally a little soft. SX, British cabs. I guess these are all the Vox cabs. Alright, let's jump into some plexis. Ooh, that's a nice sound. Let's jump down a little bit, get something a bit different. Ooh, jazz. I don't like that one at all. German Mahadeva. Yeah, a lot of these sound pretty much the same. Solo, lead, clean. That's like a... It's almost like a, what's that song? Apache? How's it go? It's almost that. Solo lead overdrive. There we go. Probably a little bit much for what we're trying to get today. Line 6 Doom. Yeah, this is a classic Line 6 Spider. If any of you budding guitarists had a Line 6 Spider, let me know in the chat. I definitely did for a little bit. Then I traded it in for a Vox within the week. Because all the sounds were just super, super distorted and, yeah, not great. This is almost Brothers in Arms. Throw a little delay on there. Not delay, we needed some reverb. What's this? There's Brothers in Arms. Chuck some verb on there. Anyway, okay, let's find something that we can just use for now to get the just to get it going. Untitled Strings. Bottle message. I wonder what this is. It's definitely a message on the bottom. All right. Look at these. You get some actual, like, that's pretty cool. I haven't actually looked through these. Man, that's a tough chord. Excuse me, got a little bit of a cough tonight. All right. Cashmere. A lot of love. All right, cool. Let's find something else. Let's find something that we can use for now. Ooh, dark uncle floor. Mod's got one of these has got to be the classic. Chorus. All right. Gate much? All right, cool. Let's stop messing around. Let's find a little bit of something that we can use. Let's jump back into user, and I will use the Hillsong Drop Patch. Let's probably throw a little verb on there. No, it's the same one we used last time. Probably needs a little fuzz. All right, that sounds okay for now. That'll work. That will work. Good enough. Okay, let's get out of that. What we're going to do is I'm just going to jam along with the track, make sure I'm... Turn myself down a little bit. Reason being, I'm actually going to play along with the actual track and just jam along and see what kind of lines. So I don't actually know what lines they have. I've listened to it a little bit. I'm not crazy familiar with what Bethel actually play. So I'm going to listen to what they play, take what I want, and come up with something else. Just to refresh everyone's memory, I'm not trying to mimic Bethel here. I am trying to do my own thing, but keep it similar enough that if you learn Bethel's lines, you can play on this track, or vice versa. If you learn my lines, you can play on Bethel's track, and they'll be kind of interchangeable. So that's the aim. So let's play the actual song, and we'll go from there. So I'm hearing some high chords. So I'm hearing some high chords there. Let me just play around with those a little bit. You have been faithful. minor there. All right, so. All my life you have been faithful. I like those chords. I'm gonna take them, and they just ring on them. So I'm gonna make this chorus high lead. And I'm gonna join that with whatever else we have going on at the time. But yeah, so they're doing those kind of chords. Diamonds D, welcome to the stream, mate. Feel free to say hi in the chat. Tell me where you're coming from. Just playing around with the electric guitars right now. All right, so they're doing something like this. All my life you have been faithful. Just D shapes up on the neck. All my life you have been so good. Every breath that I am able, I've been saved. And home on the A flat. Well, that makes sense. Home on the A flat. All right, let's play it along with mine and see how that sounds. So that's chorus one. I'm not convinced what they're doing as on the walk down. I'm not sure they go down to that F flat. Let me to the F sharp. Sorry, let me listen to that. Throw a capo on, because I'm pretty sure they go. All right, let's give it a go. Let's see how it sounds. I missed it. All right, let's try it again. It's gonna have a lot more reverb on it. So I know that wasn't perfect, but I want to give it a quick listen. Oh, sorry about that. Didn't like that at all. All right, let's try it again. that's where I'm going to go. I don't think I'm going to do the walk down. I'm just going to let everything else do the walk down, because I'm pretty sure that's what they do as well. Host Me Raffle, welcome to the stream, mate. Love to hear where you're from in the chat. All right, cool. Let's do this thing. With confidence this time. Could have been better. Wrong string. Hit the wrong string. Try it again. Got to be just perfect, and that wasn't it. I hit the last string too hard. I also think that's not helping. Let's turn the click back on. Oops. I quit out of Logic accidentally. How far ago did I save? It wasn't that far ago. Let me reopen that. Auto saved. Good boy, Logic. Love Logic. All right, cool. Let's turn the drums off again, just like we did last time. Oops. Oh, the drums are off. Okay. All right, let's try this again. Here we go. That change is really getting me. I've also got to arm it to record, otherwise it won't do anything, and I should know that. I think I'm just going to let it ring. Going to do that. What that does, it gives me the nice whole ring that I like, and I'll join them together, of course. But let's see how that goes. Let's try it like that. Was good except for the very end. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut that out, do that very end part again. I'm going to super zoomed in. Super simple, don't forget, be at the bottom. I'm going to go just before it. And then we get out of edit view and we can cut that last little bit out. Cool. And I know you can record right over it. I generally don't like to do that. I'll just create a third track and do that last little bit. All right. No. It's supposed to be. So it's soft to loud on the little G sus to the G. Let's try it again. Cool. So then that all together, it sounds a little something like this. I think we can work with that. I like that, and that's really all the guitar does in that first chorus. Let's continue through to verse 2, see if it does anything. I think it does some like little slide guitar sort of stuff. So I'm not going to do all the little stuff that they do, but just the main ones. Let's do that. Let's record that down. So let's. So what I'm going to do is, once again, just to save some RAM, I'm going to get rid of all of this sort of stuff because I don't need it as I'm recording. I'm just doing piece by piece, and I'm actually going to duplicate it. Turn it back on for one of them, and. Yeah, it did quit unexpectedly, thank you. Just ignore it. Alright. Why can't I hear anything? Like them all except for that second one, so the third one, sorry. So close like no other. Sing in the goodness of God. Something like that. Let's do that. So let's call this verse 2 lead. You led me through the fire. I don't think I'm going to have the little... Alright, let's try it again. Let's do it one more time. I think we can do better than that. I think we can do better. Alright, let's try it. I love your voice. You have led me through the fire. You know what? I'm going to jump straight to verse, to the... Yeah, what does the chorus do? Let's go to the chorus. Something like that. But it starts low. Let's go through the chorus. It starts low though. Something like that. Let's play with that. We'll call this one chorus 2, right? We're in, all right. Chorus 2, lead. Electric guitars generally take the longest out of anything for me to record, just because I like to do I like to do bit by bit, and honestly, I'm probably going to redo some of these as we go along, just to get them just right. So let's go into the chorus and just see what happens. Timing of that one was a little bit off. Do it again. Wasn't happy with it. Just roughly laying it out. Let's do the chorus one more time and just get it kind of roughly laid out, and then we'll go from there. All right, I'm just going to keep that ending there for now. And let's listen to what the bridge does, because I know it does kind of like a slide up to that G sharp. It does something like that. So let's duplicate. Excuse me. Let's try a bridge lead. And I'm going to keep the lead the same way through both bridges. I might do something else in bridge 2 to help differentiate it, but I'm going to keep the bridge the same, the lead. Let's hear what they do. I'm kind of hearing that going along. It's not exactly what they're doing, but I like that. Yeah, so I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a couple of different tracks over the bridge. I'm going to do the sort of just the little the bells, as I like to call them. And then I'm going to have the slide come in a few times. That. And I'm going to saturate that with reverb and delay to make that huge. And just a few times throughout the bridge, I'll like just copy and paste that to come in as almost a percussion instrument. Like it just comes in to accentuate as opposed to give the flavor. And then I'll probably do some kind of little lead. Over the second one to help differentiate that. So I'll call this one Bridge 1 Lead Bells, just because that makes sense to me. And we'll do that for both bridges. Let's get chorus lead out. Chance to hear what happens with the E minor. Didn't test it. It can stay. It's the same. Yeah, it can stay. Alright, let's do that again and hopefully not mess it up this time. Let's turn it up so I can hear it a bit better too. Seems a little out of tune. Let me just tune these top 2 strings. Should be an F. They're pretty close, but they're not on. I think with the capo it messes up the tuning a little bit. Come on. Get down there. That's better. All right, let's try that again. think playing 6 notes would be easy, and it is, but not for me. Man, it's killing me. Come on. I can do better. Uh-oh. Logic, what are you doing? It's probably not liking that I've got so many helixes open right now. It's not liking it. All right. Try this. Let's see where it last autosaved, shall we? Let's play the autosave game. Sounds great, right? Excuse me. Okay, let's try this again. Looks like it saved some of the bridge that we did. It's all right, we'll just get rid of it. Wait for everything to load up. Yeah, I think we just had a few too many helixes open. Let's close the rest. Like I said, Helix is a very demanding plugin, as is Superior Drummer 3. Which, let's just make sure that's off, which it is. And I don't think, let me turn I'll turn the bass off too. It's got contact. That's not terrible, but no, I like having the bass in. All right, the rest is probably fine. All right, there we go. Let's try this again, shall we? Let's go from bridge. Let's make it a little bit thinner so we can see what's going on with the bells. And let's try it again. All right, good. All right, I'm happy with those bells. Honestly, they'll probably be the one that make it into the track. There was only one little tiny thing, but I don't even think you'll hear it in the grand scheme of things. So let's turn the bells down. And I'll probably make those a little bit cleaner. I tend to notice that electric guitar, when you put it in the background, it's high and it's just there to kind of color a little bit like those bells are. It's really, you need to keep it kind of clean in order to hear it in the mix. Electrical Longboard, welcome to the stream. Let me know where you're watching from. All right, so let's try. Let's not turn you off. Let's get a couple of slides going. See how we do with some slides here. I'll just call it bridge slides. Ideally, I'd have a bottleneck, but I don't really have one. But I think we can get the same effect with just a regular slide. turn you way up. Let's also... Sounds a little bit like the Inception soundtrack. You guys know the Inception soundtrack where it does that with the electric guitar? Who's on electric? He's playing a jazz master. Can't remember his name. It's like a rocker that Hans Zimmer got on there. All right, let's just do that for now. Gotta remember to slide up and to stop on the G sharp. All right, let's try it. Tough to stop exactly where you want to there. I'm just gonna have to do a few goes. Close. Oh, you're kidding me. Logic. You have never been this buggy on me. Ever. Never ever been this buggy on me. Come on, don't do it to me while I'm on stream. Wow. I guess it's because we're trying to load in a bunch of stuff. Shouldn't be having this many issues, just simply due to the fact that that as we're going along, we're turning off all of that. So I don't know. We'll have to just kind of do it as it comes. Or up to here, or up to the slides. Okay. Let's try it. Try another. Not bad. Try another. There we go. That's a good one. One more. I think I like that third one. Yeah, I see your logic. All right. Yeah, I like that third slide. Let's just listen to him again. See, that one kind of faded out a bit too early. Not bad, but it went a bit sharp initially. The third one I think I like. Yeah, that was loud all the way through. It's got that ping that I want out of it. That was fine, but I think the other one's better. I think the third one's better. So, yeah, I almost want it to be kind of like a ride almost. Like a do ping. It just rings out. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select the one that I want, which is the third one, I believe. And I'm going to cut it here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to cut it at bar 99. So 1 bar before the slide. You want to cut it right on a bar. That way you know exactly where to drag it when you copy and paste it. So I'm going to let that ring out and then cut it at the very end of it too. The end can be wherever you want. Like, you can cut the end wherever you want. It doesn't really matter. So I'm going to cut it right before I slide. So let's actually zoom in a little bit. I want to make sure I get this right. So right before that little sound is my finger going onto the string. So I want to get it right before that. And then you just delete. And at that point you can delete the other half. So we should hopefully get the slide along with the little tail end, which I wanted. Hear that? Yo, Nate, welcome, brother. Came at a good time. I'm working on some electrics, getting things going. How you doing, brother? All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to copy this right before... Yeah, man, it does. Mic sounds good. It's on my nice Rode here, Rode arm. I've also got things working in stereo, which I was trying to do. That took me a while. I was explaining to some of the guys that were here before that something that I really had trouble doing was getting things in stereo here, but I got a new setup here. So this acoustic, for example, you'll see it's panned left and right. And I actually have it coming through stereo because it gives you that sort of wide sound. But yeah, man, I'm enjoying this new setup that we got. Mic sounds good. The SM7B always sounds good. And then getting it off the table with this boom arm is just, it's game changer, man. All right, let's get this going a little bit before the bridge. Is that about right? No, we want it one bar before. Settle down a little. Yeah, bro, do it. Is my voice too soft over the music? Should I turn the music down a little bit, you think? So it's full on there. Let me turn my mic up a little, gain up the track. Let me see what let's see what that sounds like. Check, check. All right, cool. Good. All right, bro. I'll let you get back to it. I'll let you you grind some games out. Get the squad battles coming up. No, weekend league, right? It's coming up soon. I'll let you finish that. Feel free to lurk as long as you want, sir. I think I want that there. I wanted it right there, actually. Bro, did you host me? Are you kidding me? I'm not sure your followers will like will like what I'm doing. This isn't quite foot, unless I was remaking some of the FIFA 19 tracks. Which I could do. I liked one of those tracks. It was a track I was listening to when I packed Ronaldo, man. It was the one that goes do 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 do. I like that one. I like that track. All right. Thank you, bro. Appreciate that, Nate. That's very true. Any song is memorable. That's true. I should put one right at the end there to help fade it out, but I'm not sure. Let me see how it sounds. Probably will. I'll probably keep that slide at the end there. All right, let me listen to the track a little bit, get the groove of the bridge lead that's going on. I think they're just jamming around. I don't think they're playing any particular lines. But let's turn off Helix off there. Let's duplicate that. Gonna turn that down a little bit. All right. Bridge 2 lead. Let's give it a listen and see what they're doing. Yeah, I feel like they're really just playing around in the... kind of just messing around in that. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to lay down roughly what I want, and we'll go from there. Roughly what I think they're doing, just like I'm doing the rest of this, and I'll probably kind of come back and re-record some of it. So I want to sort of start out with a... something like that. All right, let's jump into it. Something like that. Let me mess around again and see if I can get something I like a little bit better. Let me also tune up. I feel like the D is out. Oh yeah. All right. Get that A in as well. May as well. G is also shit. Alright, that's fine. Good enough. Let us jam around again and see what we can get going. I feel like it's doing something like that. Yeah, alright, let's jam into it. Alright, going into bridge number 2. Let's play around. Try that again. Let's try that again, but it gets, I'm going to start simpler and then get a little bit trickier, get a little bit more adventurous toward the end. Let's try it. All right, here we go. I don't like how it's so many 16th notes. I don't like that. It's too much. So I'm going to simplify it for this next one a little bit. Simplify it. Yeah, Nate, I can. I can drag and tweak as I please after the fact, but there is nothing like a track that's recorded right first time. You need something that sounds good and that is, decent quality to start off with. Editing can get really intense, and I could play all wrong notes and then tweak it with auto-tuning that to get the right notes. But generally, I find it's a lot easier to just play it right, or to get something that's kind of close to right, and you go and you start from there, and you'll get a better end result, and it'll come faster. All right, let's try it again. Playing a Strat, I can't get that high on a 335. Although I was digging that groove. Let me try that again. All right, let's do one more. Just get the groove of it down. I'll probably re-record it. As long as I get the first note right. So close. It'll do for now. Oh, I think I can do one more. That was really close, though. Yeah, man, that was... I'm going to save that one, and I'm going to redo something over it. Because that was pretty good. I'm happy with how that one came out, but it was not quite there. All right. Let's try it again. Could be cleaner. All right, I think I'm getting the gist of where I want to go, though. I'm getting the gist of it. I'm getting it. I'm getting it done. All right, I'm getting the gist of where I want to go. All right. Let's try it again. All right, here we go. This is it. It's getting there, boys. All right. I'm liking that high sort of pre-bend going. Let's try it again. Yeah, bro. Yeah, you really do need to get that perfect one. For me, it's a lot of coming up with a lead. Yeah, man, that's pretty close. I can work with that one. For me right now, it's about getting the outline done, and I'm probably going to re-record some of this stuff to get it tighter, but coming up with the outline. So you'll notice that when you're coming up with a lead break, you know this as a lead guitarist, Nate. You want to there are different parts of it. There are different phrases. So it's you'll see I'm starting off kind of low and slow. Then I'm gonna get a bit faster. Then I'm gonna jump up high. Then it's the walk down to the end. It's just kind of like different phrases as you go through it, and you want to make sure I was just trying to figure out where I wanted to take it and where I wanted to end it, and that's kind of where I like to be when it comes to lead guitar. And this isn't what they do on the track. They just kind of mess around on the track, and that's kind of where I wanted to be. All right, so then. Okay, that's laid out fine. I'm good with how that's coming across. Don't need to mess around with that too much more tonight. Ooh, we've got like 5 or 10 more minutes on stream. I'll just stream until I'm happy. I don't think they have anything during the breakdown of the chorus. Let's give it a listen. I kind of like that little... And it was actually, I did one already here. I think it was. I think this is one right at the beginning of verse 2. Yeah, so I'll just add it on that track. So coming out of the bridge into the vamp. You, not you. All right, let's try that. That wasn't it at all. Let's try it again. Could be cleaner. Like that. I'll fade that out so we don't overlap the G to the C there. All right, so they've got a little bit of lead on the vamp. Something like that, like walks it up. Something like that. Let's see how it sounds. And I'll put it on... I'll make a new one. Make a vamp. Make a new track. Let's call it vamp. Lead. All right, let's see what we can do. Except it'd be great to be on the right track. Could probably use a little less delay. Yeah, all right. Let's do that. See how it goes. I'm just going to make sure it gets timed right. That was not what we would call timed right. And I need to wait. That was the right time, but I played it wrong, so let's try that again. I'm trying to make it too fancy. Let's simplify it a bit. I'm going to do is I'm going to play the same thing I played at the beginning, which is a... Just make sure I'm in tune with those 3 strings. F's a bit out. Let's do the big version. So that's in there already. Good. So we've already got the rhythm electric in there, so I don't need to do that one. But that's just doing the big kind of... just the big kind of chords. So I'm going to get the... add some flavor there. Alright, let's try that. Okay, vamp lead is good. Let's jump into... let's turn those off. Let's jump into chorus. We're in 4, right? Chorus 4 lead. I call it high lead because there's a little bit of fiddling around on the guitar that I'll call the actual lead. I'll call it the solo, actually. All right, let's take that away and see how we do. Wow, the right key would be great. I don't think I'm going to add those little fiddles in between the chords drums. I'm just going to keep it straight. They're just going to serve to mess up with the, they're going to just take the space of the solo. All right, here we go. Yeah, I'm playing the G instead. I'm not used to playing with. I have a capo on, so I'm in A flat, and I played the wrong G. Okay, so that was okay. I wasn't crazy about it. Let me try it again. All right, let's do it again. Come on. The last chord again. Keep playing the G. I'm just stuck. I'm just stuck on no capo. This is the one. This time I missed a chord. Oh, Logic, come on. Would you stop crashing on me, please? That would be phenomenal. What is it with DAWs? They always crash on you. Now, Logic's a lot better. Well, this is the first time it's had such strong issues, but you know, I know Pro Tools is notorious for crashing out, you know, every 10 minutes. And it's just, it can be a very frustrating thing to have happen when you're in the middle of something. Luckily, Logic autosaves I think every minute, or perhaps even more often than that. But yeah, it's just frustrating, man. Yeah, Angel of Light, welcome to the stream, man. I'd love to see where you're watching from. All right, so things are still loading in. Give it a second. I'm going to save it just in case. Let's get rid of chorus lead 4. Make sure we're still... All right, cool. Let's try it again. Missed it. That's the A flat that I'm looking for. All right, that's long enough. I'll be fading it out before then. All right, let's I think we've really only got one more electric guitar line to sort of to hash out a little, and that's the chorus 4 solo. You know, keep things consistent. I'm just going to call this solo, bridge 2 solo. I can get rid of you, I don't need you anymore. So chorus 4 solo, let's turn that off so we can listen to what's going on a bit better. So let's listen to the track one more time and try to get the gist of what they're trying to do. I think it's pretty similar to the bridge 2 solo, but let's give them a listen. So it's confusing because there's a couple of things going on. If you hear it, there's not only a lead guitar, which is kind of soft, to be honest. It's starting off with like a... It's doing like pretty simple stuff. It's also got a slide guitar, and it's picking... Kind of hear it picking, and it's making it a little tough to pick out what's actually going on, but have a listen. Yeah, so it's super simple. It's being real simple. Like, it's starting off on the C, it's starting on the 5 chord. It's kind of like doing simple stuff like that. And then I think at the end it's doing stuff like that. Dude, you do well at church though. It's you're a great lead player, man. Don't sell yourself short. You're a great lead player. Like, I remember that was one of the things I was actually impressed when I first came about a year ago. I remember the first service that I was there in church. I remember you were playing Who You Say I Am, and not only were you doing the rhythm, you know, you weren't only doing the, but you're also doing the, where is it? You're also doing that lead part. Yeah, you're also doing that leap up. Yeah, it was impressive, man. Like, it's impressive to see you doing both at the same time, and you did it effortlessly. It was strange to see. I'm not that effortless when I'm switching from rhythm to lead. So it's just like you were playing, you did your thing, back to rhythm. It was impressive. So yeah, you did really well, man. So don't sell yourself short. I am way out of tune here. Yeah, 2 electrics was nice. I was able to play around on my 335 while Corey was there on his telly. It's always the G, man. It's always the G. All right. Yeah, 2 electric was fun. I want to try having that more often. If only my electric players weren't committing to bass because of time constraints. No, I'm just kidding, bro. All right. Hey, I know you're a big shot now with the foot account and all of that. I don't want to get in the way of your rise to the top. Ooh, they've got a high. Got to make sure I get that in there. All right, let's keep it simple up until we got to throw in that on that walk down. So let's record something and just see what comes out. Something bigger than that. I gotta make sure to hit that on the one to crash it out as opposed to doing it when they sing. Alright, let's try it again. Let's try something else. When we've got to go up. Hey, track, go away. Don't need you anymore. Let's jump back here for a moment. I want to get this done before I finish tonight, so this will be the last thing that I'm doing tonight, guys. So if you want to keep watching me, pray that I don't get it right. But let me see what else we can do. Getting that end bit. Let's try it once more. I think this is it. that for now. Alright, I can live with that for now. It at least paints the picture of where we want to go with the lead. So, as I told you guys earlier on stream, let me get this guitar off me. Alright. So I told you guys earlier that the electric guitar always takes, for me, the second longest. The longest thing for me is always the drums. But what we're going to do is we're going to turn on all of this and give it a quick, like, mild mix. We don't want it to be a crazy mix just because we're going to be here forever. We're going to turn everything back on. We're going to listen through it, fix anything huge, anything major that we're not doing or that it doesn't quite sound right. And, yeah, we'll see where we go from there. So we're going to unarm all of this. Hopefully turning on this many helixes is not going to ruin me. Bridge 2's already in. So like I was saying before, the RAM is really the issue. Like my laptop's only got 16 gig of RAM, and it's good. It handles things well, but generally when you load in too many plugins that are intense. So Helix is a pretty intense plugin. Not the most intense I have, but the drums are the most intense I have. So turning all of this on may not be the best idea in the world, but let's see how it goes. All right. So let's give it a play and we'll fix anything major that we see as we go along. I'm going to turn my mic off so we can just listen to what's going on. And I might chime in to let you know something as we go. All right, let's give it a listen. That shouldn't be there, so I'm going to get rid of that. All right, let's give it a listen, see how we're see how we're doing. Thanks, Nate. See, this is a textbook example of what happens when you load too many plugins. So we'll just continue on from the verse. It might happen once or twice more as we're trying to play all of this. All right, let's turn off some of the ones we've already heard. Now this is something that next stream we'll be going through. We're going to re-record a few of these and then consolidate them so we don't have this issue again. So for example, this chorus lead right here, we're going to turn into one track instead of three, and we're just going to consolidate stuff down. So we should be good now. I've turned it off there, and we'll see how we do. All right, let's do it again, just so we don't get this happening again. So let's turn off the verse that we've already heard and tweaked a little, and the chorus, and the bells. We'll keep that on for now until we get out of the bridge. Slides. Sure, I'm going to keep that last slide in. Wasn't a huge fan of it. I'll try to see what happens when I turn it down, but that'll be next stream. All right, I'm pretty happy with how that's sounding so far. Pretty happy with how that is sounding so far. Yeah, there's definitely some work to be done. I got to re-record a few parts here and there. Thanks, Nate. Appreciate it, bro. It is sounding pretty good. I'm getting pretty happy with it. The electric is always the tough one because it usually takes so long. Just to kind of break it down into exactly what you're going to do with the different rhythm parts and the different lead parts and how they all kind of work together. Yeah, so a few things. I'm probably going to redo the leads here into like coming out of the verse and going back into that chorus. I'm sort of happy with the lines, but I could have done them a bit better. Same as bridge lead 2. I might not re-record that. I might just edit it and show you how to auto-tune some stuff. Because if you listen to it, there was a bend that I didn't quite hit. I think it was about here. Yeah, that bend right there, that pre-bend was a little flat. So I'm pretty happy with the rest of it. I might just retime it and tweak it a little bit in editing, and I'll show you guys how to do that. But the rest of it was, yeah, pretty good. I might tweak the last solo as well a little bit. A little bits here and there just to tweak, nothing too major. But yeah, so that's going to be the stream for tonight, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. Who we have in the chat right now? Angel of Light, Commander Root, Electric Longboard, Lurks, S1 Facker, Foot Accountant. Thanks so much for joining me. Nate, really appreciate you hosting me. And whoever else is watching from Nate's channel, welcome very much. Thank you for being here. And I'll see you probably on Friday or Saturday. I'll stream next. I think it'll be Friday. But I'll stream next. We'll work on the electrics, and we will hopefully be finishing up this track pretty soon. Thank you so much for watching, and I will see you next time.
And welcome to the Worship Portal live stream. So we are going to be finishing off Goodness of God tonight. Hopefully we haven't got a whole lot left to do. And let me just adjust this light here. I think I could use a little bit more. Oh, a bit much. All right, that's better. Yeah, so we, and excuse my voice, I am getting over a cold here, so I might be a little bit more bass than baritone today, but I don't think that's too bad. It's a good radio voice, right? So we're going to be finishing off Goodness of God, as I mentioned. Hopefully we haven't got a whole lot left to do. And as you can see, last stream, which was a few days ago, we actually finished up the electric guitar, and that's what all of this is. And the first thing I'm going to be doing today is I'm going to be cleaning this up, making sure we have a good foundation to work from, and then kind of tweaking some of the effects, making sure they sound good and sound how I want them to. And we will go from there as we kind of get down to our final mix. All right, so like I said, first thing we're going to do is we're going to play around with the leads. Now, I generally like to get the lead guitars down into 2 or 3 tracks, or the electric guitars, sorry. So the first one is going to be this rhythm track, which is already here. So rhythm track is good. Rhythm track is good to go. So if we solo that, this is what it sounds like. So as you can see, that is already on the one track just by itself. So then I like to get the other, there's generally 2 other lead parts in most songs, at least the ones that I do. And there's a chorus rhythm, like more of a high rhythm, and then like something on the bridge as well. So you notice that that is probably equivalent to this. And I like to get all of these on the same track as well. So that's probably equivalent to this part. Oops. Probably equivalent to these high chords here. And then as it gets into the last chorus, you'll hear that they're a little bit more, they're a little bit more in your face. Oh, sorry. See, this is why we need to simplify a little bit, because as you start adding more and more memory-intensive effects on some of your tracks, you get RAM issues. Then also on that same track, I'm going to be putting the bridge bells, I called them. And that's these in the bridge. So I'm going to put all of those on the same track. All right, so as we get into that, so what I want to do is you want to take off the effects that on those 3 tracks. So it's going to be high lead. Oh, the lead is actually both of these. So make sure the effects are off, because we don't want to bounce the effects. We're going to bounce them onto one track. Bouncing in recording jargon is basically just putting multiple tracks onto the one, so you can control them all simultaneously. So both of these. And then verse 2, these are just leads, so we're not going to do that. Chorus 2, lead, bells. Bells, that's off. And then the slides we're not going to do, not the solos, not the vamp lead, but the high lead. So that's all done. So all we're going to do is we're going to highlight what we want to be on that one track to bounce together. All the effects are off, as you can see over here. Right click and hit bounce in place. It's going to ask you a few questions. Generally, you can leave it straight. I like to create a new track. You can put it on a selected track if you want, but I like to keep a new track just by itself, and it should be pretty quick to bounce all of those. All right. So now we have one track here. Let's move this up. Oops. Let's undo that. Just want to move this one track up to the top here. And we're going to mute the rest of these that we just bounced. All right, good, good. So then we have this, and it should be the effects that we want. So what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to duplicate one of these tracks that have the effects that I like on there. I'm going to unmute it. I'm going to drag this down to that track, and it's a quick way of getting the same effects. So that's rhythm electric. I'm going to call this rhythm high electric. So then we should have so as you can see, it's not quite as overdriven as I want it to be. Yeah. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to create a new track based off, I think maybe this one. And I'll do the same thing. Oh, that's right, because the first chorus, it was pretty restrained. It wasn't very overdriven, but I put it onto there. Let's get rid of you. We don't need you anymore. And then we're on this track. We're going to unmute. We're going to solo it. We're going to put the effects back on, see how it sounds. I think I could actually use some more drive. Let's jump into Helix Native here. Double click on Helix Native to open that up. Let's tweak some of the effects, shall we? Alright, just wait for it to load up here. Make sure we're still on Hillsong Droff patch from Worship Tutorials. Takes a second to load up. Alright, there we go. Let's get that playing. See how that sounds during the bridge. Yeah, that's better. Yeah, and then that's nice and soft during the first chorus, which is nice. Good, I like that. Good, now we're just going to move all of these that we already used down to the bottom because we don't need them right now. And I generally keep them all muted with all the effects off, and they're gray, so I know I don't need to play with them anymore. Okay, what's next is all the leads. So all the leads, except for bridge slides and the vamp leads. Yeah, I think I'll keep the bridge slides and the vamp lead separate. But the rest of them I'll probably... I'm going to put just the solos, so these little bits. The solos themselves. So these... all of those on the same one, and then these few bits that are left, like this. This is actually just the chord G. Those are just chords coming afterwards, and these bridge slides, I'll keep those separate. So we'll have 4 electric guitar tracks. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to make sure all of these leads have the effects off, which it looks like they do. Nope, that one doesn't. And just like last time, we're going to select those. select the leads, and that one, I think that's it. I'm going to do the same thing. Bounce in place. New track. Commander Root, welcome to the chat. All right, so that's down here on its own. We're going to drag it up top. Put it there. We're going to mute these leads that we just used. 1, 2, it's part of 2, 3, and 4. All right, we're going to throw some effects on it and see what happens. What I'm going to do, same things before. Duplicate a track that had the effects I like. Drag it on, unmute, turn the effects on, and we'll see how it sounds. All right, that's pretty good. Too bad at all. It's getting there. It's getting there. So as you can see, that it gets super helpful when you start simplifying this down. You have fewer tracks to work with, fewer tracks to change when you're doing keys and things like that. So let's do the same thing. Drag these all the way to the bottom so we don't have to think about them anymore. And they're out of the way. All the effects are off. Good. And now we're just going to do this one. And these effects are actually a little bit different, so I'm not sure if I will. Let's have a listen real quick. So that effect is very different to the bridge slide effect, which is super reverby. Oh, okay, system overload. Oh, come on, there's not that many effects turned on. Okay, I guess there is. Let's turn a couple off. I guess there was like 6 pretty big effects turned on. All right, let's see how that sounds. So yeah, so as you can see, that's a super different sound compared to this. All right, yeah, I'm actually not sure I'm going to keep those in, actually, now that I listen to it. It just, like, if you listen to it again, the chorus G, I mean, it just, it kind of messes up with that little intro bit from the piano. Listen to it again. I feel like it would just be a lot cleaner without it. Yeah, and it's going to have the rhythm out of there too, so I think I'm just going to get rid of it. So the nose and the vamp lead are all I'm going to need to keep. What's the effect on the vamp lead? All right, so they can be on the same one. The vamp and the bridge slides can be on the same one because they're pretty much the same. So, just like before, get rid of you guys. Highlight them both. Right click, bounce. Super quick. Let's do the slides. Duplicate that. Just call it slides, it's fine. Let's mute you guys. Make sure it sounds good. All right, good. So let's move these all the way down to the bottom. So we've simplified the guitar to 1, 2, 3, 4 tracks, which is good. All right, so now what I want to start doing is start really focusing on how things fade in and out during the song. This is one of the final steps. It's just how it all fades in and out. So as you'll see toward the end, for example, some things kind of just play and stop. You'll notice the pad especially. The pad is super low, but you'll hear it here. There it is, you can hear that. You also heard me kind of tap the keyboard at the end of maybe the acoustic or something. Yeah, that. So what we're going to do is we're going to pick an end point, and I'm thinking it'll be right about here. Maybe on bar 157. And then this is where we're going to cut all of these. Cut, 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 cut. Then this is going to be the end of the song, bar 157. So the song will be exactly 4 minutes and 57 seconds long. And then all we have to do to mess around with the levels is we hold the A key. Or just tap the A key, it opens up this menu, which is the read menu. And you pick where you want it to fade out from. So this is the last beat here. I generally go a little bit after it. Let's zoom in a bit. And then, for example, the pad is right where I want it to be, volume throughout the song. Then you just click on there. It gives you one bar to pull. Click on the end, it gives you another one. And just go like right at the end there. And then what you'll see is it'll actually fade in. And I'm going to do that with all the tracks. Well, actually, what I'm going to do right before that is before you do this, you want to have all the tracks in audio. So press A to get rid of that. So what we're going to do is we're actually going to bounce down all these MIDI tracks too, which includes the drums, which we have to load because they aren't playing right now. Just load the drums, pretty big one. Couldn't tell that was going to happen. All right, cool. So let's start making these audio. So we're going to bounce the piano. This one will take a second because it's not bouncing pure audio. It's actually bouncing the MIDI effect and all the parameters within that. So it'll take a second, a little bit longer than just plain audio. All right, so there's the piano. We mute and we do that. Take the effect off so we can save some RAM. Drag it to the end of the song. So now we'll actually hear the piano in an audio format now. As you can see, it's a waveform, a regular waveform like you would expect, a stereo waveform. The other thing you want to do as you're doing these final waveforms is you want to take note of anywhere that you're panned, because you want to just make sure you repan that afterwards. So for example, these tambourine hits were panned a little bit to the left. So what I'm going to do is, as we bounce these, so these are audio, so these should be pretty quick. It's a bunch of them, so it'll be a second, but it should be relatively quick. Host me Raffle, welcome to the stream, mate. All right, so now they're all one. Once again, we're going to turn that off. We're going to mute these, and we're going to take this down to the bottom here. But so, because this was pan left, we just want to pan that back to the left. All right, the Akashaka's next. Let us bounce that one. This one's not panned at all, so we won't bother with that. Should be pretty quick. All right, make sure we turn all these off. Mute, and down the bottom here it goes. So now we should hear this. Okay, cool. Let's do the bass next. So I've selected it. We want to bounce in place. So creating all of these as waveforms really just helps the computer not do a whole lot of work. It also gives you a nice place to bounce from when you're going to be changing all the keys and creating the 12 different keys that we do. It's just gives us a nice, easy way to do that. All right, bass. Let's turn you guys off. Mute and drag down. So now we should be hearing the bass. All right, great. We're getting there. Acoustic strum. Now here, we're also going to bounce these down. And it is going to keep the stereo-ness, so we don't need to change these because we want these to bounce all the way to the left and all the way to the right. That's going to keep the spread of the acoustic that we want. What I am going to do is I'm going to turn these up a little bit. So we have, because what you'll notice is when you bounce it, it bounces whatever level it was is now 0. Now, for most of them, it doesn't really matter. Like, if I need a little bit of extra egg shaker, I can do it. It's not a big deal. Acoustic, I might want a bunch, depending on what part of the song it is. So, I'm just going to turn that up. Once again, just select them both. Hit bounce in place, and it's going to give us one acoustic track that is stereo panned. And that's going to sound real good. Just going to drink some tea here to help my voice. Thank you to my lovely wife for this tea. Okay. Does my voice sound any better? Probably not. T is not that magical. All right, so that's the acoustic tracks done. So you'll see there's actually just one in the middle now. Why are you linked? Ah, there we go. Okay, cool. So the acoustic strums, let's mute these. Make sure we turn off the effects. And let's see how the soloed acoustic sounds. So as you can see, I hope you can hear this on the stream, but it's kept the stereo whiteness. I think that solo track can use a little bit more love. Solo track needs a bit more fuzz to it. All right, let's open Helix Native back up. It just needs a little bit more fuzz. Let's go to this one. Let's go to the bridge here. There it is. That's fun. Swindle, welcome to the stream, mate. I'd love to hear where you're from. See where you're watching from today. All right, cool. So we've done the acoustic strum. Let's bounce the rhythm electric with the effects. Excuse me. Okay, yeah, so let's bounce all of these with the effects. Now, I always like to... Canada, welcome from Canada. I'm in Indiana, so I'm not terribly far away from you. Whereabouts in Canada, mate? Let's bounce this with the effects. The reason being is if we still want to change it, we still can. We're not going to delete this or anything, but let's bounce all of these down. Toronto, that is relatively close to us. My brother and I went to Niagara Falls, the American side, and that's pretty close to Toronto, right? All right, we're just bouncing this through. So because it's bouncing with the effect, it's going to take a few minutes here. Not a few minutes, maybe 30 seconds or so to bounce with the effects. Like I said, Helix Native and a couple of the other plugins that I use for all of this, it takes a little bit. It takes a lot of RAM, takes a little bit to get those going. How long have you been living in the United States? No, I definitely do not mind you asking at all, Swindle. I've been living in America since 2010, actually. I moved to New Jersey in 2010. I lived there for 8 years with my wife. And then almost a year ago exactly, actually, beginning of next month, a year ago, we moved here to Indiana. So I love it here, man. It's a great place to live in America. You know, America's got its issues, Australia's got its issues, all kinds of places have their issues, but I enjoy it here. Thanks for asking. Okay, so we're almost there with the rhythm track. And like I said, the reason that I'm doing this is I really just like to get as much off the RAM of the computer as I can, and bouncing them really helps that. It allows you to tweak the audio and all of that as much as you can without having to stress the computer out too much. All right, good, good. If you don't mind me asking you, Swindle, how'd you find the stream here today? How'd you find me? Let's mute this and get it out of the way. Just double check that that is still going well. Yep, that's good. All right. Chorus leads are next. Make sure those are still... Yeah, I used to do that. I used to do that too. You were looking through music and performance, looking for someone doing production. There's not a whole lot. Like, there are a few people doing production, but a lot of it seems to be electronic. Not a whole lot of just sort of regular band stuff. I'm actually a worship pastor, and this is a Christian. It's a Christian song that we love doing it at our church, and I make these tracks and I release them on YouTube. And I thought some people might be interested to see how they're made. So, do you do production yourself, Swindle? All right, it's looking pretty good so far. Let's bounce this one down. Let's do some house cleaning. Some house cleaning first. Acoustic strum. Tambourine hit. All right. More into electronic music. Trying to learn, man, that is an awesome thing. We are all learning. No one is perfect at this. I myself am far from perfect, but any way I can help you get better at this, I would love to. This is it's a fun thing to do, especially when you have something you want to get down. There's nothing like a song coming together and sounding just the way it does in your head. Have you recorded anything yet? Let's bounce this down. Let's turn it up first. Also, we're panned a little bit to the right. Let's make sure to make note of that before we bounce it, so we can pan it again once it is bounced. And how long have you been trying to learn Swindle? That's cool. 30, 40-second clips. That's good. You got to start somewhere. I used to start out with this old MIDI program I had on my mum's computer back in the day. That was how I first started, with like MIDI and DAWs. And man, those sounds were atrocious. But hey, man, they get you started, and get you going. I used to do songs that I used to like. What kind of stuff do you like? What kind of songs? What kind of bands or artists are you into? Who inspires you? Lurks, welcome to the stream, mate. Let me know where you're from in the chat. All right, chorus high lead's almost done. So for those of us just joining the chat now, I have a cold, so please forgive my raspy low voice and me blowing my nose. All right. Almost done bouncing all this. We just got three more tracks actually after this. And we got 3 more tracks after this to bounce. We got to do the drums. The drums are pretty. They have a special way. You have a special way to bounce those from Superior Drummer 3. So I'll definitely show you that. Swindle, thanks for the follow, mate. Really appreciate it, bro. I'm pretty fresh on Twitch. This is only my second week, I think, my 5th stream or so. So I don't quite have any perks for followers or subscribers yet, but I'm sure I'll figure that out soon. But I really do appreciate the follow, man, or the follow. Yeah, really appreciate that. Okay. So that one's done. Let's just double check that's sounding how we want. Let's turn it down a little, and it is panned to the right. Make sure we catch that. So what I'm going to do is I'm also going to turn those off and throw you down bottom here, get you out of the way. All right. Honestly, I'll listen to anything, but in terms of inspiration, I have to say older electronic music, like Boards of Canada, Aphex Twin. Aphex Twin, I like them. I like Aphex Twin. Yeah, man, that's some good stuff. Okay, that sounded pretty good. How is it in the mix? All right, cool. So that's sounding pretty good. Let's do the electric solo. Actually, give me a sec. Let me look at the drums for a second. Oh, definitely is a little bit out there. But hey, what you enjoy is what you enjoy. I myself grew up on psychedelic rock from like the late 60s, early 70s, King Crimson, you know, Derek and Dominoes, Cream, stuff like that. So that's where a lot of my inspiration comes from. But hey, we all have inspiration from different places, and that's part of the beauty of what we do. We can have inspiration from different spots, but how it comes together is really the most important thing. All right, let's bounce this electric solo here. Good. Select, bounce. What software do you use, Swindle, to record? Your Mac, PC guy? Bro, Cream. Got to love Cream. Did you hear Ginger Baker just died? Jack Bruce was a big inspiration of mine on bass, but Ginger Baker just died, so that's real frustrating. Fruity Loops. I used to use that back in the day. Yeah, it really is more. Fruity Loops really is more of an electronic builder as opposed to something like Logic, like I use, or Ableton, or whatever. But yeah, man, sounds like for your type of music, Fruity Loops is where you want to go. I don't have a whole lot of experience in Fruity Loops. I used it a lot not a lot. I used a little bit when I was getting started, and then quickly determined that wasn't the software for me, just because of this type of music that I did. It wasn't so much about loops for me. It was more about audio and recording and effects. All right, here we go. So we have to just make sure we pan this one left once we bounce it. And after we bounce them all, I'll just give it a quick listen through and do a little bit of tweaking here and there just to make sure some of the basic levels are right, and then we'll mess around with the fade-ins and outs of all the particular tracks and really start working on that final stretch there. All right, electric solo, let's mute you, get the effects off. Oops, throw you down out of the way. Hey, why are you unmuted? All right, let's jump into these slides. Let's again turn them up. We'll bounce them. I did quite a brief internship with a local audio engineer, so I have a little bit of experience with Logic. Yeah, Logic is it's definitely not industry standard. the industry standard is Pro Tools. But the only reason, I explained in a couple of my YouTube videos, the only reason that I use Logic is, one, I like how it integrates with everything else Apple. It just beautifully integrates with all the other software. And two, I got it for free when I worked at Apple. Plus, even if I didn't get it for free, it's only $200 for Logic. It's super cheap, and you get an amazing high quality of DAW here. You know, Pro Tools I think starts at 600, and that's just and that crashes all the time. I don't know how many of my producer friends complain about Pro Tools every single time they record with it, and it just becomes an issue so often that I just don't even want to bother with it. Sometimes it just becomes I can see myself getting super frustrated with it. All right, so that's that one done. How long did you intern with the audio engineer? Let's get this out of the way. Oh, Reaper, yeah, I know about Reaper. I haven't used it much. I haven't used Reaper much, but I've heard a lot of good things about it. The thing I love about Logic, and the reason I don't really play with too many others, it's just so easy. It really is just so simple. If you know the basics of a DAW, Logic is, you don't even have to think about it. But Reaper, I've heard good things about it. Like I said, I haven't used it too much, but I have heard some really good things about it. All right, so now with the drums, we're using Superior Drummer 3. The big takeaway here is to export this. It's actually going to export it outside of Logic. It's not going to put it directly in a track like bouncing does. But you want to go to track down here, export song as audio files. Track 1 is good. That's the only option that you have. 24-bit, I always like to do as much as I can. Advanced, you basically just keep all this the same. You don't need to really worry about that because I don't want audio. I'm going to bounce it into one file anyway. And then you just hit bounce. You tell it where you want it to go. I'm just going to throw it on the desktop. Actually, no, I'll throw it in Logic. And then this is going to bounce the entire track. You actually see the little, it's bouncing tracks at a time. So right now it's bouncing this cymbal, it's bouncing all of that, it's going through it all. So this will take a minute or so, maybe even a bit longer for a more complicated track. About 2 months you worked there. All right, yeah. It's pretty cool. Up in Canada, I assume. Yeah, what kind of stuff were you working on? Were they an electronic person as well, or would they just kind of do everything? Most audio engineers I know generally don't stick to one style just because there's not enough of that one style to get enough business. But what style of music did they mostly do when you were with them? Please, I will. It takes a lot to make me not believe something. So, gospel music. That's awesome. Are we talking like full-on gospel music? Like, are we talking black gospel? Are we talking like vocal bands? Let's get a little bit more specific here. Are we talking sort of general Christian music, like Christian contemporary? Okay, cool. Like stuff you would hear in most modern churches with electric guitars and drums and all that kind of stuff. Not like vocal band, 4-part harmony stuff. More band. That's cool. That's cool. But when you went into that, did you have a lot of experience mixing like live bands like that and doing anything like that? Because doing electronic music and working with loops is super different than working with bands and people and, how things kind of fade in and go out and all. It's just super different than doing electronic music. I'm not very good at electronic music myself. But it's very different. How was that adjustment for you? All right, when it's bouncing the mixer now, this is bouncing the mix itself. Yeah, you probably learned an awful lot. I remember I had an internship with an audio engineer, but yeah. I've never seen a mixing console in person prior to that. Yeah, it can be very intimidating. It can be very intimidating to mix your first. I remember my first live set that I mixed. I was 16 years old and I was in high school, and we're mixing an event, I think it was like a spring dance or something. And oh my goodness, just working with the people was the toughest part of it. I think actually working with the band. But man, you learn so much. You learn so much. I remember I did an internship as well at a music store where they sold instruments. But I remember they had a recording studio in the back, and the guy that owned the store used to let me sit behind the mixer and just kind of watch, and he let me mix a couple things here and there. And yeah, you learn a whole lot. You learn a whole lot when you do that. A lot of little things. But I'm sure it was a great experience for you. You probably got a new appreciation for what they do, right? All right, the bounce for the drums is finished. So what we're going to see now is, if we jump out at this, I'm going to create a new audio track. And what we see, where is my folder? Whoop. Up here where we exported it, we see an out 1 and 2. That's basically a stereo wave. And if we play it, we should hear the drums. Which we do. So what we're going to do is just going to drag that in. It should be a full-length audio file, the full length of the track. Just going to drag that in there, get out of it, and there we go. So let's see where our regular drums are level-wise. It should be about the same. So a little softer. There we go. Okay. So that's actually a good thing to mention. So as you see here, when we imported it, so because I mentioned when we were actually programming Superior Drummer that when you're with Superior Drummer specifically, and a couple other plugins, but Superior Drummer is the one that I use the most, that I see it all the time in. All the coding, all the mixing is done within the plugin itself. It's all in here. You don't really mess with anything out here. So when you export it, it gets all of the settings from here and exports it out directly to a folder. So what happens is I turned this down, and this was still super loud. So all I have to do is just match it up with where it was, and it should be pretty much exactly where I want it. That's pretty close. That's pretty close. All right, so we've done that. So now we are saving all kinds of RAM here. So let's just get this out of the way. Let's put it right below piano. All right. One big tip I will give all of you learning, so Swindle and the other guys that are watching that are learning how to do this, never delete anything unless you know you never want it again. So as you'll see, I have all the original stuff down here that I recorded, and then all the bounced with the effects on it, and then this is the actual effects. Just don't delete anything. You never know when you're going to need something. All right, so what we're going to do now, because we've got all of this bounced down into audio files from the MIDI, from the original MIDI and all of that, I'm just going to give it a playthrough. We're going to give it a listen. I'm going to do some tweaking as we go. If you have any questions of what I've done or why I'm doing something, please feel free to put it in the chat. And I'll see you in 4 minutes and 57 seconds. Zane Kaiba, welcome to the stream, mate. We're just giving this a listen through, and I'll be back in a couple minutes. If you're in the chat, let me know where you're coming from. I'd love to see where you're watching from. Okay, yeah, that's not sounding too bad at all. Just a couple little things that I noticed that I need to fix. Do you plan on having vocals recording for this Swindle? I generally don't. The reason being, the reason I'm doing these, I mentioned it real quickly before. I'm not sure if you're on, but I make these for my YouTube channel. So I have a YouTube channel that I upload songs in all 12 keys, so worship leaders and other people can practice in the keys that they might be doing at a church or see what keys they like. And a lot of people actually play it at church, play my tracks at church, which is really cool. But so generally I don't do vocals to it. If I do put vocals, it's usually just like a backing vocal or some ooze or something that might be important to the song. But generally, in terms of lead vocals, I generally don't. Do you have any questions about recording vocals? Because I do record vocals. I like it. I just don't do it for this kind of stuff. And I'm not sure why it cut out so quick. Oh, I think I know why it cut out quick there at the end. I think what it did is if we go to the drums, if we unmute, jump back into Superior Drummer, what you'll see is it probably ended right on, it ends right on bar 152, so it only cuts that out. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to stretch it out a bit more. I'll just go to 160, just in case. All right, and I need to export that again. Export audio files, bounce. Do it there, it's fine. Sounded like there was a click at the... Oh, yes, there was. So what you're hearing is at the end of the... I think it was the acoustic track. You hear my finger hitting the space key, the space bar to stop the recording. I'm going to fade all of that out. I fade all of that out at the end. So it's literally right at the end of the keyboard track. You weren't hearing things. You are 100% correct. But you'd be surprised. Like at my church, we actually use tracks to to kind of assist in worship, and you'd be surprised how much of these professionals that record these tracks leave in mistakes all over the place. It's actually kind of crazy. I remember I was listening to a song by Phil Wickham called "Living Hope" as I was recording it, and I was listening to the original tracks just to hear what they did, and my goodness, it was all over the place. There were little clicks and little mistakes, and they'd hit the wrong chord, but they'd leave it in, and there were awkward cuts everywhere. It was insane. You can't hear it in the final track, but like when everything is in, but when you hear it solo, it's insane how many mistakes get through. But that is the nature of the business. What you can't hear, you don't know about. Okay, just re-exporting this drum track. And I don't think I can do much. I can do a little bit else. Can tweak a few things while that's going. All right, so a couple things I did here that I wanted to do is I wanted to turn the acoustic guitar down a little bit. So I'm going to hold A, and just while this is still exporting, I'm going to press A. That's going to bring up the menu here. And I think that's right about where I want the acoustic guitar. Yeah, but as we jump into the chorus, it's a little loud now. Actually, it's not that bad now that I listen back to it. I'm going to leave that there. But I did notice a couple of things with the electrics. So that's fine. listening to the high electric rhythm right now. That needs a lot more effects. This electric slides, I need to rebounce that with some different effects on there, because that really needs a lot of effects there. It's definitely not overdriven enough, especially on this little vamp lead. Yeah, definitely. Alright, so let's wait for these drums to finish up, and I will do that. Okay. Let me just listen to the acoustic one more time. Thank you. Acoustic is thank you. It's a nice mixed acoustic track. Thanks, Swindle. I really appreciate that, because acoustic has been one of the things that took me a while to learn how to record it. It just took me a while to figure out how to best do it. So I'm not sure if you were here when I recorded it a couple of streams ago, or if, but you'll actually see that it's 2 tracks. What I did is I recorded it once, I copied it onto a new track, and I panned each one left and right completely, so you get a nice stereo sound. And then if we zoom in super far, you'll see I pushed the right track a little bit off time, and so it sounds like it's 2 tracks. You know, sometimes if I really feel like it needs it, I'll play the acoustic track twice. And I'll actually play it twice, because then the differences in the track, how you play it, the slight differences make it sound really nice. But I just push it across. It's the cheating way to do it, but hey, sometimes it's just what you need. All right, that's just done. Okay, that bounce is done. Good. Let's get out of that. There's the acoustic drums. Take you guys off. And let's put it back on here. All right. Logic output. Let's just make sure this is good now. Yeah, I've done that with vocals too. Get like a slap back effect. Make sure this rings out. That's better. All right. Good. Let's drag this in now, and it should be all good. That's better. Yeah, Swindle, I definitely agree. There's something super satisfying about recording vocals, and starts off with a good mic. What mic do you use to record vocals? I use this guy, which is my SM7B, sort of a standard studio mic. But starts with a good mic and a good preamp. Which one do you use? Okay. Let's redo this bridge electric slide part. I was not crazy with how that came out. So we just find where it was down here, the electric slides, unmute it. Let's solo it. Came with the Scarlett interface. Yeah, I'm not sure what they bundle with. Do they usually bundle Behringer? I think they might. Let me have a look. See if there's anything going on right now that so looks like Sweetwater has a couple of looks like Scarlett has their own branded one. I'm not sure what the quality on that is. I'm not sure it would be the most amazing mic, but the mic that you need is the mic that you have. Yeah, I didn't even know that Scarlett made microphones, to be honest. But investing in a good mic is going to be important if you want to start recording vocals. Like this guy, the SM7B is only, I think, $300. I think you can get it for $300, maybe even $200 used. Probably wouldn't be a horrible idea to start saving up for one of those. But like I said, the best mic, the mic you need is the mic that you have. You can do some good stuff with any mic. All right, so let's get some better effects going on this, shall we? Yeah, it just needs some more crunch. Needs some more crunch. Let's turn it down a little. All right, that's better. Let's throw a little bit more reverb on there. All right, good. Okay, cool. So let's bounce that again. Bounce in place with the effects. Planning on upgrading the SM7B. A lot of my friends have suggested it. It's a great mic. It really is. For the price, they haven't changed it since, I don't know, the 70s? It's been the same mic, maybe the 80s. It's been the same mic for so long, and it's just such a workhorse. You definitely won't go wrong with this with an SM7B. All right, we are getting toward the end of this track. We're pretty close. Mute, take you guys off. Let's drag you up. Where are you going? Right there. Okay, let's see how that sounds. That's better. That's much better. Bloodluster, welcome to the stream. Let me know where you're watching from in the chat. All right, so that needs to be turned down a little bit. Just that lead there. Turn it down just a hair. Oops. Let's zoom in a little. See how that sounds. That's better. All right, let's start off with the end. Make sure we get all those ends right. Let's cut you there. All right, just press an A to go into the volume and the tracking menu. So what we're going to do is we're going to fade all this kind of stuff in. May as well fade this out a little bit too. How long have you been producing music? So, Swindle, I have been producing since, man, I don't even know when you would class me starting producing music. Back when I was a kid, when I was like 13, 14, I had an old tape cassette player that my dad had from when he was a kid. And, yeah, that thing was super old and super simple. And I used to do like multi-tracking and dubbing on that. But I would say I started actually recording stuff. I got what was I, maybe 17? My brothers and I recorded an EP, and we used a Zoom MRS8. I'm not sure if you guys know what a Zoom MRS8 is, but it's a dedicated recording desk, like a super cheap one. There's one. That's the one that we used. Hey, there's one on eBay for $100, just in case you guys want it. But it was super simple. It had 8 tracks. We had to bounce a lot of tracks, and it was okay. It was this guy. Let me bring it up on the stream. It was this guy. We had one of these. We had to program the drums on this, and that was probably when I was 17 or so. We did that, and great little machine for what it was. But it wasn't great. Once I got a computer, that was when I really started producing, I would say. So I'm 31 now. So what's that? 14 years-ish? But it's been slow going. I don't even think I'm that good at this stuff, to be honest. I think I do have a very good ear for hearing music and picking things out and picking parts out. But beyond that, I think anybody can learn this, man. Yeah, you can train anybody to do this. It's all about having the ear for it. All right, so let's start fading some of this out. Let's see how it's sounding. Just this one. Fade this one out just a hair too. All right, not bad. Not bad. Let's get you to stop a bit. I think I'm lucky. Got a knack for the songwriting and song arrangement. It's just the technical side of production. Yeah, man, the technical side is the tough part. It really is. Like, especially for creative people, like us. The technical side of learning a DAW and learning the software and learning how the simple fact of learning how to get what's in your head, not onto a page, but onto a computer in software that needs you to do it a particular way. Sometimes it just doesn't lend to the creative mind to do it that way. That's why creatives pay people who are technical in that way to do it for them. But, man, it's never too late to learn. Pick it up. Take it a step at a time. Google is your friend. Really just... I learned I wanted to do something. Like, for example, I wanted to join 2 tracks together on one track. I learned that was called bouncing because I searched for it on Google. I learned, and then I knew what to say, how to bounce a track in Logic 10. Some stuff like that. You take it one step at a time. You learn one thing at a time. And eventually you'll be able to record a track and make it sound the way you want it, you know, in a week or so. And it's a good feeling once you get to that point, to be able to translate your brain to a computer. But yeah, man, having a knack for the songwriting and the arrangement is a very important step. And having an ear for picking out parts and knowing what to put in is important too. So good job. Seems like it's hard to find resources to learn. I don't think it's not that you're looking hard enough. The tough thing about music and recording is that it's an industry where you have a shorthand. For example, bounce is a term I didn't know what it was until I just happened to stumble upon it. You know, there's a lot of things like, you know, like quantizing and all of that to people that have been doing it for a while makes sense and it's so obvious, but for someone who's just getting started, it's tough to know what to search to find what you want. That's the difficult part, is knowing what to type in. But hey man, I stream 2 or 3 times a week. I would be happy to help you out with anything that I can. Like I said, I don't think I'm phenomenal, but you know, maybe I'm a little further down the road than you are. So I'd be happy to at least point you in the right direction with a lot of this stuff. So feel free to always swing by the stream and ask some questions. That's why I'm doing this. It's to help people get better at this. And so I can improve as well. All right, let's give this another listen through and tweak some more things. Just along that same note as well, Swindle, it's tough to find people who are giving this information away for free. Most people want you to pay for it somehow. But hey, it's always going to be free with me. Angel of Light, welcome to the stream. If you're in the chat, let me know where you're watching from. I'd love to know. That was a little loud. Compression. Yeah, compression is a fun one. That was one of the first ones I had to learn. Basically, you know, you understand what it does, which is important, but how much to apply, you know, that's really a thing where you have to train your ear to listen to it. I actually had someone explain it to me once, like, you know, what compression does is, as you know, it kind of squeezes the top and the bottom frequencies and evens everything out. But it's not just for evening out the volumes. What it does is it evens out the tone as well. So when you squeeze it down, you'll actually start to hear it get a little like squelchy. And that's something that you have to train your ear to listen to. Once compression starts to inhibit the sound of what you're trying to compress, once it starts to affect it, that's too much. Back it off a little bit. But you just need to listen to it. You need to train your ear, and it takes a while. It takes a little bit to learn that kind of stuff, like those technicalities of when to use some of the effects and why they make sense. Sometimes a lot of it's going to be okay. I'm going to compress this and limit that and just see what happens. Hey, that's a legitimate way to learn. Learning by mistakes. That's a lot of what I learned as well. Especially when it came to instruments. It's like, oh, what happens if I play the guitar like this? And then it sounds horrible, and you realize, wait, I shouldn't do that. Yeah, I think YouTube videos are a great resource as well. YouTube videos are a huge resource for figuring out what effects do and how they affect whatever you're trying to put the compression on. It'll just help you. Just understanding the reasons why you put it on help out a lot. And just knowing when is too much is the big things. But yeah, man, learning like that is a valid way to learn. Done that a lot myself. Not sounding too bad at all. This is one of the most important parts of recording a track, is making it look pretty with colors in a nice, beautiful gradient. So never, ever forget that you need to do this. All right, good. How much to revisit how much to apply. I think I can tell when I've used too much compression. It just comes down to when do I know to use it in the first place. Yeah, that's going to depend a lot on the kind of music that you're doing and what you've recorded, how the performance was. A lot of it comes down to that, and just sort of knowing when to apply is something that you'll need to learn. Generally, for something like vocals, I always apply compression, always. If nothing else, but to even out the soft portions of the song with the loud portions of the song. Always use compression for something like that. For electric guitar, it might not be necessary. I generally do a little bit on almost any live track. I'll use a little bit of compression. Yeah, beyond that, it just depends. Like, for example, on the egg shakers here, I didn't use compression because the whole point, let me show you the MIDI of the egg shakers and you'll get what I'm talking about. So if we jump into the MIDI of the egg shakers here, what you'll see is I've got the first portion louder than the rest. So this is a velocity of 101, these are velocity of like 50s, something like that. And the point of that is when you listen to an egg shaker, it's always so the first one's always louder, right? So if you used a lot of compression on that, what it's going to do is it's going to bring it all on the same point, and you don't want that. You don't want it to be you don't want that. So I wouldn't use compression on that. So it all depends on what you're recording, how you're recording it. Is it audio? Is it MIDI? And yeah, it's just a lot of that will come as you have experience and as you get more used to this. But yeah. Compression is a beast in itself. It took me a while to get used to that myself. All right, so this is sounding okay. Let me tighten up this back end here. Make sure that end is all right. That's not too bad at all. Let's jump into this bridge again. I'll make sure that's good. I like that slide. Very Man of Steel. Yeah, it's definitely a lot better without that electric in the breakdown there. Let's watch the egg shaker come in. Build it up. All right, that sounded pretty good. I'm going to give it one more listen all the way through, and then we're going to start exporting the tracks as separate tracks here, so we can then import it into a brand new Logic Pro file, and we can start actually working on some of the keys and the different keys that we have going on. So let's give it one more listen through, make sure I'm happy with how it's all sounding, and we'll go from there. Feel free to ask any questions, and I will pipe in and answer as best as I can. Snaggy G, welcome to the chat, man. Let me know where you're watching from. I would love to know. All right, that's not too bad at all. I can live with that. Good, good. So what we're going to do is we are going to export this. So we're going to bounce it. I'm just going to do 2 keys on stream, and we will go from there. I'll do the rest off stream. But we'll just do 2 keys on stream. I'll show you how to bounce it, and then I'll show you how to change it into a different key. We'll just go down into maybe the key of, I don't know, this is an A flat. We might go up to like the key of D. All right, so we're going to bounce the entire thing. Make sure you want, and whenever you bounce this out to go do a final track, click somewhere that's blank. Let me just get my face cam up. You want to click somewhere that's blank, so nothing is selected. Because if you bounce like that, it's going to just bounce that particular section. So make sure you always check somewhere else. We're going to hit bounce, project a section. I always do wave for this. Make sure it goes all the way to the end, which is 157, which it is. In a wave for 44-100, good. Hit go, and I'm just going to make a new folder called Goodness of God. I'm just going to call this one Goodness of God A flat, because this is the original key. And we're going to bounce. It's going to take a few seconds. Okay. Lurks, welcome to the chat. Welcome to the stream. Feel free to let me know where you're watching from in the chat. So it's going to bounce, then it's going to convert. This is generally pretty quick because these are just audio files. There's no effects on them. Do I transpose the individual tracks? Yes. And there's a good reason, and I'll show you why. It's a good reason that we bounce just the original, just the individual tracks. I'll show you in 1 second. So let's just double check that came out all right. Yes, that is exactly right, Swindle. You don't want to transpose the entire wave file, because when you transpose drums, it sounds atrocious. Have a look. Let me transpose the drums 5 steps down. Good call. Listen to this. That is just terrible. So generally, anything that's not chordal, I do not transpose. So I will transpose the pad. So let's transpose this into, let's go into D. I think that's where I do it. No, I do it in C. Let's do it in C, which is going to be A flat to A, B flat, B, C, C sharp, no, C. So we're going to C, right? Yes, yeah, I said C. So we're going to A, B flat, B, C. So 4 up. So you can do them all at a time. I generally just like to do a couple at a time, just to make sure it goes right. So the pad and piano, we want to do that. We want to skip drums, tambourine hit, cymbal swells, and the akashaka. We want to skip all of that because we don't want to transpose those. So now these should be in a different key. Let me just double check. That's definitely in a different key. All right, let's do the bass next. Excuse me for that. Do the acoustic strum. Now, Logic does actually a surprisingly good job transposing all of this up and down with just the built-in transpose function. I know some guys, they'll swear by using an external plugin, and hey, I'm sure they sound great, but I have always had great luck with just the built-in transpose function. I think Apple did a killer job on that. Now, sometimes there'll be something that you don't want to transpose all the way up. For example, if you're way up on the 23rd fret on an electric guitar, like the slide isn't, but it's close enough that it made me think about it. If you're all the way up on the 23rd fret on an electric guitar and you transpose it up 6 steps, that's probably not realistic. So I would be very careful about that. So all of this is transposed now. Let's give it a quick listen. Let's jump into a chorus. Yeah, it works really well. I'm always surprised, and it sounds pretty good. Yeah. Even the acoustic sounds like it's just capoed up on the 4th fret. Okay, what you will sometimes get when you do it this way is you'll get this. Listen to the piano. See, it's doing some weird stuff there. So what we want to do... Ooh, what is the key for this? I can't remember the key for that. Give me 1 second. Let me just listen to the rest of it while I look this up. Mute the piano for a sec. Too bad. Hey, Flash, welcome to the chat. Will I ever do Waymaker by Leland? I absolutely would love to. I was actually thinking about making that my next track. Would you want me to make that my next track, Flash? 10,000 beats. Try that one. No, that didn't do it. Love the song. Would love to jam to it. Yeah, man. I would love to do that song. I used to do it at my last church all the time before Leland made a version. But Leland's version, man, there's just something about that, man. Love it. Love it. Okay, that's good. I want to go through that bridge again. Just here, listen to that. Alright, yeah, that's not bad. That's not bad at all. By slim chance I've heard of a gospel artist by the name of Joel Oge. No, I have not, unfortunately. Where's he from? Where is Joel from? Swindle? And if I should know him, I would love to get to know him. Polyphonic. Let's see if that fixes it. it looks like it fixed it. All right, that looks pretty good for the key of C. Let's bounce this one out. He's from Ontario. Is it Ontario or Ontario? I think it's Ontario. But correct me if I'm wrong. I'm from Australia. All right, let's start exporting some of these keys. So that's A flat and C. Let's just work through the rest. I think either is fine. Okay. How do Canadians say it? Is it Ontario or Ontario? I think it's Ontario. All right, we're right on about 2 hours for the stream. That's it's going pretty well. I'll export a few other keys, and then we'll probably make that about it for tonight. Ontario. All right. So that's those two keys done. Let's do key of B. Let's just work our way down from C. So let's select U, and U. And we'll just go down to +3. And then it should be a key down. Another TTV viewer. Well, welcome to the stream, mate. Let me know where you're watching from. I would love to know. Looking pretty good. Save that. Command B, bounce, and this is going to be in the key of B. Joe Oge, I'm going to look him up. I feel like I should know him. Joe Oge. Let's listen to a little something of his, shall we, boys? Hope you don't mind, Joe. Let's listen together.
Take me to where you took Peter and the boys.
I assume this is him, Swindle.
Stormy noise made it so they knew they had to trust in you.
He's got a great voice, tell you what.
Walk with me.
He's got a really good voice.
Talk with me. I want to know what you would say if you had me face to face. What would I do?
All right, Joe, let's take a break from you for a second. Just move down into B flat. Let's just check this is good. Okay, good. Let's export you in, this is the key of B flat. Alright, so let's do some more, Joel.
With my feet out on the blue.
Swindles, is this someone that you recorded at that internship, or is this someone that you know personally?
With my feet out on the blue, would I know that I was safe by your side out on the way?
That's awesome.
Would you tell me don't look down, keep your eyes fixed on me now? Well,
Yeah, man, he's got a great voice. Love it. Love it. Ooh, I think I just exported the wrong thing. Let's do that again. B flat. Replace. Yes. What else does he have? Let's see what else he's got. Joel Oge YouTube channel. Is his name pronounced Oge? Oge? 4,500 subs on his YouTube. He's doing all right. Okay. Oge. Oge. I think that's how I was saying it. All right, so let's jump to the next key down. Yeah, that is how I was saying it. Let's do a couple more. One, so this will be in the key of A now, I believe. Good. Let's save. Let's bounce. Key of A. Okay. That is good. Hey, Spindle, do you have any stuff on YouTube or on SoundCloud or something? I would love to listen to it. I would love to listen to if you've got anything up there, man. Let's do a -1. Now we're going down a key. So this is the key of G. Come on, Swindle, you gotta give it to me, man. I want to listen to some of this stuff. Would you mind if we listen to someone stream? Would you mind if we listen to someone stream? I would love to hear it. Just while things are exporting, there's a minute of silence, and I would like to fill that with some beautiful music. Would it happen to be under the name Swindle? Let's bounce this. Key of G. Yeah, bro, do it. I would love to hear it. Hey, I am into a lot more music than you may think. I can appreciate a lot of different styles of music. Just want to check if that exported. I think I exported it wrong. That was right. All right, boys, we have a link from Swindle to SoundCloud. Let's listen to it. Let's see what we think. This will be the last thing that we do on stream. The pièce de résistance. It's sudden. All right, I'll turn it down. I'll make sure to have it down a little bit. Here we go. Ooh, nice sub bass. Bro, that is some pretty chill music. That is some pretty chill music, man. I have a soft spot. Like, when I say electronic is not my thing, I don't mean chill music. Chill is, bro, I could listen to chill music all day, and that is some awesome stuff. Reminds me of a little bit of Flashing Lights. That's what it reminds me of, just the chord progression you got going on there. And that kind of warbly sub bass. Man, that's good stuff. You have you got some skill there, man. Keep it going. Keep doing it. It says test clip. I'll probably never finish. I'm going to show you guys. This is his SoundCloud. Go check him out. Swindle. It's called test clip. I'll probably never finish, but bro, finish it. That's some pretty cool stuff. I would definitely love to listen to more of that. Means a lot, honestly. Hey, man, it's just me. I'm no pro here, but I know what I like, and that's some pretty cool stuff. All right, guys. Well, that's going to be enough. That's going to be it for me tonight. It's been a pretty long process. It's been 5 2-hour streams to get Goodness of God pretty much finished. I've got a little bit of work left to do, but I will do that off stream and get this uploaded to YouTube as soon as I can. Hopefully, it'll be early this coming week. And then I'm actually off to Ireland for a week, and then I'll be back after that, and we will work on another song. But definitely give a follow, give a like, whatever you do here on Twitch. I'm still fresh, so I'm not really sure, but I would love you guys to be following along with what we do here. We'll learn together, and thanks so much for watching the stream tonight. Have a great evening.